Thank you. We the women. It's all about women.
We the women.
We the women.
I have come here because I want to be on the winning side.
We the women.
We the women.
We the women. We the women.
We the women.
We the women.
We the women.
We the women.
We the women is back.
I could be the world to you, the missing piece, the extra sentimental kind of chemistry. Some people make it hard with me, that isn't the case. 'Cause I make it so easy to fall in love. So come give me a call and we'll fall into us. I'm the perfect mix of Saturday night and the rest of your life. Anyone with a heart would agree. It's so easy to fall in love with the way I do my hair, the way I make you laugh, the way we like to share a walk in Central Park. I could be fresher, might be the girl of your dreams. There's no need to hide if you're into me, 'cause I'm into you quite intimately. And maybe one night could turn into three. Well, I'm down to see, 'cause I make it so easy to fall in love. So come give me a call and we'll fall into us. I'm the perfect mix of Saturday night and the rest of your life. Anyone with a heart would agree. It's so easy to fall in love with me. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy. Yeah, yeah. So easy to fall in love. So come give me a call and we'll fall into us. I'm the perfect mix of Saturday night and the rest of your life. Anyone with a heart would agree. It's so easy to fall in love with me. Thank you.
London, can we have a big round of rousing applause for the absolutely wondrous Supernika, whom we're so pleased to welcome back as our Changemaker. She was here last year, and I'm delighted to be back at the second edition of We the Women London. And before she steps off stage, you'll be hearing a lot more from her later in the evening. I want to tell you a little bit about her. She started singing when she was 9 years old. She made headlines in the United Kingdom when she was basically a star on Britain's Got Talent, and she's never looked back since. And how old are you now?
I'm 16.
16. And the best, The best is yet to come. So before we formally introduce and unveil this festival, can we please show her some love, the wondrous Supernika Nair. Good evening, London. It's hot, right? The only thing I can offer as consolation is that our show will be hotter in the best possible way. If you believe that, you can give me a round of applause. Thank you so very much for braving the heat, for showing us your love. I know people are still walking in because the traffic this evening has been crazy, so if you're running a few minutes late, do forgive us. Some of you may know me, some of you may not. So I'll start with a little bit of a formal introduction. My name is Barkha Dutt. I have been a journalist for 31 years and counting now. While I've covered and reported on pretty much every big story in the last 3 decades, I've essentially been a war and conflict reporter. Most recently, I was reporting on the Iran war that I think we're all hoping will come to an end soon, right from the edge of the Strait of Hormuz. But the first time I went into a war zone was when I was in my 20s. I'm in my 50s now. I was in my 20s, a young reporter just out of Columbia University, just back in India from New York. And a war broke out between India and Pakistan, and I wanted to be there to cover that war. And many of you may have seen a film called Sher Shah. Yes? Raise your hand if you have seen it. That's most of you. Do you remember a dialogue in the film, a line when the legendary soldier Vikram Batra at one point asked about war says, "Ye dil mange more," meaning the heart wants more. Now, I'm very proud to share with all of you that that was actually my interview from the front line. And as a young woman, I was very interested in exploring the relationship between fear, courage, and vulnerability. And I remember meeting Vikram having come down from a successful assault from the peak of the mountains where Pakistani intruders had taken some Indian territory. And I asked him, "Vikram, aren't you scared?" And he looked at me and he threw his head back. He laughed uproariously. He had the smile that went right to his eyes. And he said, "Ye dil mange more." Now, for some of you who may not understand Hindi, what that actually means is the heart seeks more. That used to be the slogan, a cola jingle at the time, a Pepsi Cola jingle. And it was suddenly, with that interview, elevated to a national motto. Now, while I'm so very proud of having done that interview from the front line, what I want to share with you is that as a woman, getting to the front line was tougher than the bombs and the bullets and the Bofors guns and the rocket launchers and the missiles. Because when I wanted my organization or the Indian military, at that time an all-female zone, much has changed since 1999, to allow me in, they said, "You can't be there as a woman. There are no separate bathrooms. There's no room to sleep. There's no food to eat. We cannot be looking after you at that time." And I had to really, really persuade them that I was not the sort of journalist who needed any looking after. But it was at that time that I understood very, very powerfully that the power of role models in our lives cannot be underestimated. In my case, it was a female role model, my mother, and a male ally, my father. In your case, and I'm sure we'll hear more about it this evening, it could be somebody else. A lot of people in India think I'm India's first woman war correspondent, but that honor actually belongs to my mother. My mother's name was Barkha Dutt. She joined journalism in the 1960s in India when there were no women in media. And I grew up hearing this story of how she walked into the Hindustan Times applying for a job, and she was told, "There are no such jobs available for women. If you'd like to join us, you're allowed to cover the flower show in the city." She said, "I'll take what I can." She went on to become the head of the bureau. And then in 1965, there was a war between India and Pakistan. This is like 30 years before I went to report war. And I was able to persuade and prevail on my organization. She had to take leave. She took a few days off and she went armed with her notepad and her pen, wearing a sari. She had a cousin in the army and she started sending dispatches that were too good to not publish. So she was India's first woman to report a war. I don't know how many of you have seen on Netflix Black Warrant or the movie Raak, based on Billa Ranga, the child killers. My mother petitioned India's Supreme Court to interview them before they were hanged. So she really made history, but she died when I was 13 years old. Yet those values were deeply embedded in me. And for the rest of our lives, my father raised me and my sister as a single dad and put his hand on his heart every time I wanted to go off to a war zone or chase the next adventure, terrified for me, but unwilling or unable to stop me. So much so that even during the pandemic, when he was in hospital dying, and he died from COVID, and he wanted me to be the journalist out there reporting the COVID story. That was his generosity. I tell you the stories of my parents today because I'm sure all of you have similar stories, but also because this idea that there are women who came before who opened doors for us, and men who every day champion our journeys as allies, as people who support us, is, I think, a universal tale. I think you'll hear these stories on the stage today. I'm sure we'll hear them from the floor in the form of your questions. And I think in so many ways, they capture the spirit of this evening. What is We the Women all about? It's about community, conversation, and celebration. Before we get ready to bring out our first much anticipated speaker, I want to just thank our partners, the Vedanta Group, and its chairman, Anil Agarwal, for their continued support. It's made it possible for us to come back to London. But I also want to thank all of you with a request. I know that the culture here is a bit stiff upper lip compared to the boisterousness that we used to back home. So I'm going to ask all of you to suspend the British stiff upper lip for this evening. I want you by the end of this evening to be dancing in the aisles. And if you can't do that because it's a health and safety issue, which I'm sure I'll get told soon enough, so I'm qualifying it already, then at least do feel free to clap, to whistle, to cheer, to applaud someone or something that you hear said on stage that you like. And I mean it. We are going to end this evening with some wonderful music, and I don't think any rule or any law stops us from getting up in our chairs and dancing, right? So let's start with welcoming all of you to a second wonderful edition of We the Women. Men, as I've already said, are an intrinsic part of every edition of We the Women. After all, we can't talk about stereotypes and patriarchy and, I don't know, misogyny and, you know, all the things that make up our everyday without including men in these conversations. And I want to welcome today on stage, as we get ready to celebrate global changemakers, the first of our changemakers, somebody who's a personal favorite, and I don't say this lightly, somebody who I think is the most versatile actor of his generation and then some, somebody who's known for his charm, his wit, his charisma, but also in the last year and some, his stoic courage. Please put your hands together to welcome on our stage the absolutely incomparable Saif Ali Khan. I think we can show him some more love. Hello. Finally. Finally. So that's still sounding like a London type welcome. How does this sound more desi? He's still looking a bit unmoved.
I'm not unmoved. I'm saying we've done lots of shows in London. You're mistaken if you think they're a quiet crowd.
Well, then
They've always been very lovely.
Then I want to see their noisier side in welcoming you. Can I?
Thank you very much. What? What did she say?
Welcome.
Thank you.
Let me start by asking you.
Yes.
You've spent some time going to Winchester here. You've studied in the United Kingdom. Yes?
I went to prep school here when I was 9.
When you were 9.
Yeah.
And
so
how
a
many
bit
years
before
years did you spend here?
I spent about 10 years, 9 to about 19. I did my prep school, what you call it. I've been in boarding school since I was 8.
Yeah.
My mom once said that she regrets not spending the first 6 years of my life with me because she was very busy working. But I've recently raising an objection because I've just figured out I went to boarding school when I was 8. So basically they spent 1 year with me at 7. So that's it. I'm a product of boarding school. So I was here at 9. It was a lovely school in Hertfordshire, and I had absolutely the best time. We called it the red brick mother because we were all away from home. But it wasn't miserable at all. We had an absolutely lovely, lovely time. And then school.
And when you close your eyes and you think back to childhood,
Yes.
do you think of Winchester?
Let me do it now.
Okay,
Yes.
do it now.
Okay.
Close your eyes.
Yes.
Let's do a little therapist.
Okay.
You're on a couch. I can
Yeah.
be therapist. Close your eyes.
Yeah.
You think of yourself as a 6-year-old.
Okay.
What do you see? What is your earliest memory?
Well, 6, it's Bhopal, it's jungles, it's lots of outdoor space, and kind of my grandmother and my father, and a different world, but a lucky kind of very pleasant childhood spent in open jeeps and picnics and kind of forests and greenery, a lot of greenery.
And if we
and the tiger.
And the tiger, yes. We have some pictures from Saif's childhood. All of you should be able to see it on the monitors. When you think of your...
Actually, it's gardeners, old gardeners trying to maintain a garden that's way too kind of big for one person. It was the end of an era, no? In the 70s, 1976, all the privileges that belonged to old princes in India had been taken away, and people were trying to manage. Not that we were complaining, and I don't expect anyone to understand, but it had its own struggles in those days. So it was a quiet time, and it was a time of great change for our family, and it was definitely beautiful and luxurious. But, and like I said, old houses, vast spaces, this kind of childhood.
We talk a lot about how we should bring up our girls, but I wonder if we talk enough about how boys grow up and how boys are brought up. And before I get to you as a father to 3 boys, actually, and 1 daughter, I want you to talk a little bit about your father and your mother. I heard your podcast with your sister, Soha, and in that you said your father was your role model,
Yes.
but you could see his flaws. How do you remember him? I mean, he was such a legend for all of us, but for you, he was your dad.
As time goes by, it becomes, more and more amazing what kind of man he was. And when I say flaws, I mean, it's very easy to kind of idolize, which we all do, because he was a really big star and an amazing person. My mom said that he didn't have friends. He had kind of disciples also. There were people who really believed in him, and he gave us a lot of strength. And he was a man of very few words. He didn't talk much, but a nod and a smile meant more than kind of pages of talk from other people. And we adored him. And he was solid as a rock. He was always there at the end of a phone, and he always understood whatever you were saying. If you called him upset and said, it's this, you didn't have to give too much detail, he'd go, mm-hmm. He'd get it and kind of give you some really good advice. Like a lot of parents, he drank whiskey and became quiet sometimes about, but that was it. He never raised his voice in anger to us. There was a kind of I'm a bit disappointed, Saif. And that was crushing. Or there was a smile and I'm very proud, which would be, or he wouldn't say I'm very proud. He'd say, well done.
Like, what is the most, when were you bowled over by a compliment from him?
I think when he saw Omkara, he said, well done, that's good acting. I didn't understand what you were saying. So we weren't very...
Talkative?
No, we were talkative, but we didn't kind of thrive on overly warm compliments in that sense. I think it was a kind of Victorian hangover somewhere. He's also boarding school and public school a little bit, and warmth was expressed kind of subtly. It wasn't overly expressed in our family.
Who were you more scared of, your mother or your father?
Well, my mom could hurl a mean brick. And yeah, I don't want to,
Are you
probably
worried
get her.
that
I'm saying she might be here.
she's coming soon, later, yes?
I mean, there's services you can call for that kind of behavior in civilized countries. You know, and none of us would be allowed to do it. She's a hot-blooded Bengali lady, and I drove her mad.
I think those are those the Bengali ladies?
But she was amazing. She would also sing lullabies to me, and I remember her holding me close and being very kind of warm. And as calm as my father was about these things, she was extremely passionate and connected and dramatic about it. I remember her telling me once when I was a kid, and I believed her. She said, if anything ever happened to you, or if some words to the effect of, she said, I would get in the way of that bullet, you know. I would take it for you. And I believed her. I did believe her. And I grew up with that security. She was amazing. I was scared of her explosiveness, and I was more scared of my father's disapproval, because that also meant a lot.
You know, you're talking about your mother being ready to take a bullet for you.
She said so, yes.
And I knowing Sharmila as I do, I totally believe that. But that makes me think, and I thought we'd come to it later in the conversation, but that makes me think of...
Perhaps I should have said she would have taken a knife for me.
Only you can have some sort of noir humor about your own life,
yes,
which is what makes you you. But it's actually not funny. And I apologize in advance if this is...
You're very kind. Some people think it's very funny, but it's very nice of you to not think so. My children don't think it's that funny. No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, it's really, really traumatic to even imagine, Saif, what you might have gone through. And for those who don't know, an intruder broke into Saif Ali Khan and Kareena Kapoor's home, into their children's room, and Saif ended up wrestling the intruder, who had 2 knives. He was stabbed multiple times, and you could have been paralyzed.
Yes. Okay, do you want...
I wanted to ask you, sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm wondering how to get into it.
I'll just ask one more question. I thought of Sharmila taking a bullet for you or a knife for you, and I thought of your son Taimur saying to you, as you have described, are you going to die?
Yes.
And you're having to tell him, no, I'm not going to die, while still trying to reach the hospital in an auto rickshaw with him and somebody else, Hari, I think, who works with you in your home, and having to both calm this boy, your child, and also be calmed by him while having multiple stab wounds in your back. I mean, saying that there's no part of that is funny, it's heart-wrenching, it's gut-wrenching.
Okay.
How did you explain this? How did
you
you explain this to Taimur? And how did you protect your children then? How did you explain it to them later? How did you heal?
I don't know how we've all processed it differently. And it was an insane thing. I mean, this moment when he did try and he cut, this burglar broke in through the bathroom window, and the next thing we're lying in bed, and the nanny comes in and says in Hindi, "Jay Baba ke kamre mein koi aaya hai, uske haath mein churi hai, usko paisa chahiye." So I was like, what? I was in my sleep. So I went in there and I saw this guy holding, and he had cut the baby a little bit, and he had cut the maid a little bit, and he had this knife, and it was dark. And maybe, if I'd put the lights on, and if I'd said, do you know where you are, and do you know what you're doing, I could have maybe talked it out. And I did something, I don't know, something took over. It was a little crazy. And I did jump on him, and we had this fight. And he went crazy with these knives, and there were cuts and blood everywhere. And he wasn't a very big fellow, but 2 knives is 2 knives, right? And there were cuts everywhere, and it kind of just got out of hand. And then I said, if somebody helps me, everything will be okay, and just then my big Nepalese maid, Gita, came in, picked him up, and chucked him across the room. Off me. And and I went upstairs, and then it developed further, where we were grabbing ceremonial swords of decoration from the wall to come and fight, and then she had locked the door, and he was inside, and he went out the way he came. And then I noticed I was in a kurta pajama, covered in blood. And I just wanted to, at one point I was lying on the floor, I thought I might die. And there's something about adrenaline. I don't know. They say a warrior's death is quite a good one. And I don't know if you will accept this, but it's not a bad way to go in the sense that there's so much adrenaline in you. You feel incredibly happy. You feel like I felt I've had a full life, and it's been absolutely amazing.
Did
I
you
would just
think
like to
that?
see maybe one of the kids and hold their hand and say goodbye. And it's been brilliant. It's been an absolutely amazing time that I've had.
Did
I
you
really
have
did.
the
Strongly felt
cognizance
that.
to
Absolutely, very much. And then, I kind of woke up a bit more and said, no, it's not done yet. And I should, then we headed to the hospital, and I said, I kind of really wanted to be with Tim. He was giving me a lot of strength and calm. And I said, will you come with me? And he looked at me and he said, are you going to die? And I said, no, but there's something in my back that hurts a lot. But I'm not going to die, I'm fine. But you come with me. So he said, okay, I'll come with you. And we went to the hospital together, and of course it was 4 in the morning or something, and they were all asleep in the emergency room, and we pulled up in this auto rickshaw, and I was saying to this guy, get a stretcher lao, and he was like, kind of sleepy. So I kind of looked at him, I said, I'm Saif Ali Khan, and he went, oh my God, and he looked at the broad. I said, get a stretcher, and then all hell broke loose, as you can imagine. And we had the best doctors, everyone there, they took the right decisions, and there was this big piece of, basically the first thing that happened in the knife fight is he hit me as hard as he could. I grabbed him. As my son told me, you should not grab him. You should have punched him, and then they've all got a take on what I should have done. But he basically broke a cheap kitchen knife on my backbone, and a 6-inch part of the blade got lodged into my vertebra and nicked the spinal cord. So I thought I was losing feeling in my right leg. But that's how close I came to getting paralyzed. And if something worries me about that night, because we've all gotten over it, and Jay gave me a plastic sword and said, sleep with this next time. And, we all processed it quite healthily. And I even wanted to forgive this guy, because obviously it's a case of...
Why would you want to forgive him?
Because I think he made a huge mistake, and I don't think he was even looking for a fight. I probably shouldn't have jumped on him. But,
He was in your children's room with a knife.
And I'm saying I could have talked him out of it, and it could have been all right. Now, he's probably going to spend a long time in jail. I would be happy to forgive him, but...
Why would you forgive him?
It's just that
That's
that
so
part where he
counterintuitive.
tried to kill me is just something I'm finding hard to let go. Seriously, but, I wish I could just forget about it, and forgive him.
Are you being ironic here about
No,
forgiving him?
I'm not. I get it. I think it's a question really of haves and have-nots, and it's kind of inequality that's led to this. So I get it. I'm not looking for an applause there. Seriously, my children pray quite often. We grew up. We'll, I suppose, talk about that another time. But they say the Lord's Prayer every night. We used to. There's a bit of a Christian influence from my mother-in-law's side as well. And part of that's very strong part of that is forgiveness. So they're not just words. I think it frees us also to kind of get over things like this. But I would love to. I know it's unfair what happened. I think he was just looking for a meal or a buck or something. And if I'd put the light on and if he saw what he was doing, he would have said, oops, I've made a big mistake. Because I said, what's going to happen now.
But that's extraordinary generosity from you.
Well, it's actually how I feel.
It's amazing, isn't it? Some of you might have been here last year when we inaugurated this festival in London. Saif, Karina was here.
Yeah.
And I think it was probably the first time that either one of you had spoken about what had happened. And she spoke about you so movingly that with your consent, I'm just going to play out a 30-second statement from Karina, talking about how she
and
saw
I hope
you.
that my 2 boys will grow up being a different kind of resilient, because they've kind of seen their father being attacked. My little one still says that, but my father's Batman and Iron Man, he can take on anyone. That's the way he looks at it. So the good thing is that, in our eyes, definitely Saif is Iron Man, because he did take that beating. And so for us, that's it. And I can just thank God that my children are safe. And they've seen blood, they've seen everything. But that trauma, I somehow feel, will make Taimur and Jay a different kind of a man, is what I feel.
A lot more keen on security as well, sadly. We never believed in that, unfortunately. And I didn't like people standing around in uniform. It's a sign of the times, unfortunately. My wife was always keen on security. But I have to say, I don't like these people, you know, we're quite private. But it's different now.
You know, you are showing this generosity by talking in terms of forgiveness. But I remember the media commentary, some of the social media commentary at the time, even some of the mainstream media commentary at the time. And I found it downright hideous. And I'm saying this as a journalist. There was a lot of speculation. There were insinuations about, oh, did this even happen? And then the most horrendous part of it, and I remember writing about this, was the way Kareena was spoken of, as if she had failed some motherhood or womanly or wifely test because you had gone in an auto rickshaw with Taimur and she had gone with Jay.
I mean, yeah, firstly...
Did that annoy you, or were you in no state to even look at any of that?
No, I mean, you know what the path of the course is. You know what's going to happen. I mean, and as we look at the world today, I think, you know, things, you know, which channel or which person to listen to more, and what is the word for it, you know, becomes more and more important, credibility.
Yeah.
Because it's not everywhere. I mean, you know, everyone's a reviewer, anyone with a phone can just have an opinion. So there is a lot of gossip, and that's fine too. I mean, I don't mean to sound like a Mahatma here, but it's no big deal. You don't expect love and understanding from everyone. That would be insane. So as long as you get it from the people that count, and your family becomes, you know, obviously your friends, a couple of journalists who you respect should, you know, you should get the news from there. But not everything you read is meant to be believed, right? Like they told us at school. Question the provenance.
Yeah.
Always, right? So it's fine. It doesn't. But, I mean, she was great. And we had this moment of communication. Kareena is a phenomenal woman. Like, in lockdown, we survived, God, so much because of her. She would structure our time, and we'd cook in the evenings. And anyway, she's a strong, strong girl. And she said, she looked at me, and she said, "You okay?" And I said, "Yes." And that's it, right? And she said, "All right, I'll take the kid to my sister. You go." I said, "I'd much rather have Tim, because he's, you know, probably the least hysterical right now out of everyone." And maybe that wasn't right. He was young. But he really did help me by being there.
How did he help you?
Just, he's got a very calm presence, Tim. And I like the way he looks at me. And I like the way he makes me feel. Yeah. So that was it.
You can clap.
But I asked him later when we were out somewhere, I said, "Weren't you scared?" He was like, "Are you kidding me? I was terrified. I thought you were going to die."
Yeah. So, you know, it's okay for you to say you can filter out the noise, you know who is what, you know how to ignore it. But talking about Tim, this is a baby who was trolled for his name.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm just wondering, does that protective instinct, maybe you don't care what they say about you, right? You're an adult, you've lived through this, but this is your baby boy, and he's being viciously trolled for his name, among other things. And
you know, I never really understood, I mean, the idea of naming a kid. I grew up and we had a kid with this name as our next door neighbor, and I thought the meaning of it was iron. And it's a lovely kind of name, which we liked the sound of, and Kareena and I discussed it. We had no idea that it's got such strong kind of people saying that there was a Asian Turkish invader of India with this kind of similar sounding name that has very negative connotations. I mean, why can't we just forget something that's so long ago, which we never thought of anyway when we were naming him, and focus on Taimur being a wonderful, wonderful person and growing up with the right values and making people proud of the name he has.
I wasn't asking you why you named him what you did. I was asking you, I mean, that would make me like some other journalists. But
I'm glad I explained it.
No, my
anyway.
question was that while you can filter out the noise as it applies to you or Kareena, because you're comfortable in your own skin, you've seen a lot of the world, when it comes to a defenseless child, it really brings you to how do you as parents, you know, protect somebody who's not old enough to maybe even understand this. you know, we're in the UK. They just banned social media for kids under 16. And I'm just wondering, as a father, as a parent, when you saw what he was subjected to, and it's such a schizophrenic relationship between movie stars and the paparazzi, right? Like, they are part of your life, but they can be awful, intrusive.
The paparazzi, that's another, you have to ask me that as a whole
Okay,
separate
I will ask you that
question.
separately. Let's talk about social media.
Yeah,
Let's talk
okay.
about social media.
Yeah, so what about it?
Taimur,
Yeah.
how did you explain to, okay, did he understand how he was being spoken of?
Well, this is the thing. I mean, he might now. He's getting older and we're still talking about it. But I was hoping it'd die down at some point. But no, that's why I explained what I explained earlier. That's the reason the name was there. And if we're talking about social media and the impact of that on kids.
Yes. Do your kids get screen time?
Yes, they do get screen time, but they're pretty good. I mean, sometimes we compare notes inadvertently with other parents, and this is quite good. And my wife is very hawk-like on how much time they get. And I'm constantly hearing, get off the iPad, then we'll stop. So the thing is, for us as parents, we want to encourage outdoor sports, which they do, playing football, cricket, doing a bit of... I think social media it's a tough one, you know, because people say it's full of all these evils, and everyone knows how addictive it can be and how, you know, doom scrolling. I mean, I've wasted a few hours in the night as well, saying, what am I doing? But at the same time, if you isolate the kid and say, okay, you can't have it, maybe you isolate him even more because all his other friends are on it. So it's a tricky one. Parenting is becoming, I think it's always been tricky, but it's becoming a little more, we have to be hands-on about this and aware. How much are our kids impacted by social media? I can't say any of my children, even the older ones, have been negatively impacted by social media. I think part of our job is to kind of help them filter through the noise and say, this is all kind of rubbish, this shouldn't be important to you. But he has... One of the younger ones said he's got a YouTube page where he scored a goal. And he said, I have 4 likes. So I mean, you know, I said, don't count on too many likes because it shouldn't be important what people think. So he hears that and says, yeah, whatever. But, you know, it is kind of important.
So
I don't know how to...
Yeah, it's a
We
tough
don't know
one.
yet what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But I'm saying you know, to say it's a monster and to ban it, I mean, who's going to stay off it because you banned it? I mean, they'll find a way, right? And also, maybe the answer is that sites themselves need to be more child-friendly. And we need to be closer to our kids so that they cannot be taken advantage of in any way. All the usual stuff, right?
You're not on social media.
Yeah, but once
Does
in a while...
that make you, maybe you and Ranbir, possibly the only 2 big stars who aren't on social media?
I believe so. I don't know. He's someone I admire greatly, but I'm not sure what his thought is on this. I did ask him once. He said, my life's not interesting enough. I believe that's a slightly disingenuous answer.
What's your reason?
It's very similar. My life is not interesting enough. No, I think I find it really destroys the moment, you know. I can't bear it sometimes when we're doing stuff and someone wants to take a picture of it. Because you can either take a picture of it or do it. You can't really do both.
Yeah.
And if you're in the middle of doing... I love living my life the way it is, you know. And it's quite good. I like my life, and I'm having a nice chat, and I like to talk and not keep the phone away and get involved with the few people I'm involved with. I like to live that in an intense way, or look at the sunset. I mean, it's so bad unless you have some great camera to try and take a... I've done it. I've taken pictures of a sunset, but it's much better to look at it and remember it. So things like that, and I feel it's a huge distract. Also, it's kind of a bit fake, right? I don't know what I would do. Would I show off about my amazing privilege? Or would I pretend that I'm somebody else? So it's scary for me. I don't know what I would do to kind of promote myself, if that's the idea, on social media.
Have you had advisors say, oh, you know,
Yeah,
aajkal to your Instagram followers determine what roles you get, not you, I'm saying, as a general concept.
I think they do. It does. A lot of the people I speak to make good money because they've got, and you can make a good living out of it. You know, so there's no dismissing it. You can't say that, and it's very tempting to some people. I just feel for me, because I'm also at that age, you know, where I've seen a world that got along absolutely fine without an Instagram picture. So it doesn't drive me.
So this is one of the many things that make you very different from the norm. Where does the paparazzi fit into this this space? You're not Jaya Bachchan on the paparazzi.
No, no. I mean, you know, even though I really understand, and I think a lot of it...
I love Jaya, I should say.
Really
I love Jaya.
I kind of really understand where she's coming from, because she's not used to that kind of thing also. She's, and what I'm saying is that it's a very weird relationship. Like, some people pay them to turn up. Some people pay them not to turn up, which is very cool, I think. It's like, please don't come. No, but we want pictures. How much will you make this? Okay, take this, but don't come, which is that also happens. It's become the media. You're never really sure who it is. There's all, you know, whether it's a genuine media person. I mean, tomorrow there could be an accident. Someone could hurt someone. Someone could, it's not thinking of John Lennon. I mean, someone could shoot someone or stab someone, and you'd say, oh, I thought it's this media guy, because there's no... You never know who it is, and there's people, and they're walking around, and nobody's saying anything. And if you say anything, it sounds like you're being spoiled, you're not appreciating the fact. It's a very tricky situation to say anything negative about it. I think it kind of takes away from the movie stars in a way. But at the same time, it brings them to your living room, so I mean, everyone loves it. And in India, it's not really paparazzi yet, because they don't get pictures of... The ideal picture is you doing something you don't want to be seen, right? Like sitting on the pot or something. And that would be a good pap picture, where you've seen a movie star devoid of their glamour. You know, in flagrante, right? So that's not...
I mean, you're giving people ideas here.
No, but that would be that's where it will grow to. That's why the Americans and the English don't love the paparazzi, because it doesn't help their image. I feel it takes away from stardom in a huge way, because you keep seeing these guys every day, and then it takes away from that magic of the screen. But now we'll all sound very old-fashioned. I think my life was fine without them, and I don't mean, I mean, they'll get upset, but it doesn't matter really to me.
Can I ask you about...
Look, I think the word is wrong. We've got to name things correctly. Paparazzi, by definition, is an annoying...
Nomenclature?
Is an annoying thing, right? Whereas a journalist is an entirely different thing. Or the media is an entirely different thing.
Yes, but are we now saying...
That they're media. That's what the actors say sometimes. That this is not paparazzi. This is what the media is today now.
Well, I want
these are our...
With no disrespect to the paparazzi, but if that is media, I would not want to be a journalist today. But there are many reasons to not be a journalist today.
But thank God you are.
Yet we soldier on.
No,
yet
you know, thank God you are.
Oh, thank you. How have all the different women in your life, we spoke about your father, a little bit about your mother, but you're a brother to two sisters, you're a father to a daughter, obviously there's Karina, and...
Wait, can I say one more thing about Paps?
Oh, yeah. Oh.
I'm saying I don't mind. No, I don't, because it's people will, you know, that's another problem I find.
People will take it out of context and
like
make it
whenever
headline.
you speak, whenever you do an interview, you do it because you're doing it with, like, I'm doing this because I'm talking to Barkha and I'm talking to you. But it will be vultured, and people will pick up a line, and it'll be everywhere, and then the worst line I've said will be the headline. So that's why it's very scary to kind of say anything. But then you need a bit of I don't care kind of thing, which I kind of don't. I believe in telling the truth, to a certain extent. So they make money, and nobody wants to stop them from making money, because their defense is obviously that this is our money. But I'm saying, you know, to be parked outside someone's house, which in all fairness, after this incident, they stopped coming home. Because Karina asked them not to shoot the kids because, you know, why tempt fate? And they didn't. So they've been very good like that with us. And I think at public events and when you're at the airport or when you're out and about, please shoot as much as you like, and we should be seen. But there's a feeling when, I don't know, if you're like me and if you haven't washed your hair or brushed your hair and you're looking like a complete mess and someone sticks a camera in your face, you're like, oh no, you know, but that's all it is. Fine, sorry.
No, I was going to ask you how all of these women in your life have they altered or shaped you or formed you in ways that you can actually identify and pinpoint, or is it not that, you know, is it not that tangible? Obviously, everybody, all the people in our lives impact us.
It just come to me that it was perhaps the need to impress these women and that formed me. And the women themselves Yeah, of course, there must be. You know, my grandmother was this amazing lady. I mean, she shot high-powered rifles and drove fast cars and was played tennis and had a very funny sense of humor and was a matriarch. Lost her husband also on my father's 11th birthday and just kind of put on this white sari.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's not it wasn't recommended to any of us to live like that. But that's what she did, and she had our kind of respect and a steely gaze, which my father inherited. Yeah, absolutely deadly lady. So we grew up with these tremendous women, and my mum, of course, and the Tagores, headmistresses. My mom said, yeah, they weren't scary. I mean, I loved them. They were such brilliant teachers. So yeah, of course they shaped us, kind of trying to live up to them in some way.
But to be married to somebody as much of a force of nature as Kareena is.
Yeah.
She is really a force of nature. That's how I would describe her. I don't know whether you'd agree with that description. No three words are in any case enough to encapsulate a life. And to have that marriage play out in the public gaze, both of you stars, superstars, I think you've spoken about how the early years you were a bit insecure and you had to find your way around that space. How's that, how tough was that?
I mean, it's got its own it's got its own obstacle course if you date an actor, because, you work with the kind of competition when you're in the thick of it. And so you have to be big-hearted, because you say, I mean, if you're being honest, I mean, there is a bit of rivalry, right, between guys and girls and things like this, even though you keep it friendly and healthily competitive. But basically, she will be working with other men, handsome men, charming men, which is, and you need to support that if you want a healthy relationship. But your instinct is to not support it initially. So that's what you have to work out. And it really helps you grow. I mean, I worked it out, and it really helped me. Yeah. Because I said, and I tell you why I worked it out. Because I said, if her film doesn't run, she's very sad. And I see that the life has gone out of her for a day or two. Even though I'm quite pleased that, but that's very negative. So at the end of that, I said, no, what I want is her happiness. And if that's what it takes, then I support this film all the way, because I want to see her happy. Do you know what So you grow like that.
I understand. Can I ask you, I have so much to ask you, and we have just a few minutes left,
please.
But can I ask you, you are the product of an interfaith marriage.
Yeah.
And, you are also in an interfaith marriage. You're a child of an interfaith marriage, and you're in an interfaith marriage. And now you have to explain, in this cruel, polarizing world that we live in, faith and diversity and pluralism to your kids. You don't have to explain it?
Of course, but it's not
organic, it's natural,
yeah,
it's second
absolutely.
Skin. Yeah, I believe that.
It's not a...
But is this like a conversation you have? If they came up to you and said, okay, what is religion? What would you say?
Yes, and it's a conversation I love having with them. And because I myself I'm actually not the most religious of people. And my mother taught me, and I taught my kids, that there is one God, and he has many names. And it's really as simple as that. And you worship him in different places. And if your religion talks about love, and if your religion talks about love and forgiveness to your fellow man, then it's aces with me. And that's it. And him and I've grown up, in churches, I think these schools you talked about. It all starts early in the morning with chapel, which we tried to bunk, saying, we're from a different religion, and then they found a Maulvi to come and talk to us. So that was another story. It didn't work. But it was quite a Christian upbringing. So the kids say the Lord's Prayer, followed by different prayers of different religions at different times. We celebrate Diwali as much as Christmas. And that's the kind of upbringing they've had. We've never really thought about it,
And it should be as intuitive as that.
It is intuitive and easy. And then
Absolutely.
there's mythology. We recently had a chat. Tim said, ask me a question like, if I went to Winchester, what would be an entrance exam question? So I said, well, what's the difference between religion and mythology? So he said, in religion we pray, and in mythology we don't. So
That's
I
a
said,
smart
it's a
answer.
really good answer. You
That's
know?
a smart answer,
So whatever,
yeah.
we're constantly talking and discussing stuff and reading things like this. And we're lucky that we've grown up like that. I'm lucky. My mother had an open-minded view on these things, and so does my wife. And basically, it's a spiritual kind of approach.
Yeah.
And that's the main thing.
One last question.
Please,
last
I'd love
question.
to talk to you much more.
I know. I know.
Unless Mum's here.
Mom is coming soon.
Okay.
Just fresh from the success of Kartavya, we're looking at this sort of versatility in your sort of body of work, right? From the rom-coms to Sacred Games to Omkara to Kartavya. I mean, I could go on and on. You've always spoken about wanting to go somewhere with your acting, but we live in this very changed sort of industry. And this is an industry where the cliche goes, oh, this is an industry dominated by the Khans. But you've been your own Khan, very much your own Khan, don't you agree? What is that, what is an unfulfilled dream for you professionally?
Oh, I mean, it's all unfulfilled in the sense. I mean, on one level, listen, I tell you what I want to do in life. I want to be very present, because there's been amazing highlights. When you talk like this and you know, suddenly at this age, you look back a bit also, and people say this film was, and I thought Love Archkal was an amazing experience making that movie. But did I really enjoy it at the time? Sometimes not, because I was comparing to somebody else and what could have been bigger and better like we do in life. But I want to stop doing that, because it's been look, my parents were worried, would I get a job? And like stop asking my dad for money, you know, which is every parent's my dream, is, you know, for my kids, which is important, you know. Of course, you are supporting them, you're there for them, but you want them to be self-sufficient. And the fact that I do that is, so I'm already a star in my book, you know, forget it, I got a job, right? It's not to be taken for granted. I know people from Oxford University who don't have a job today.
Yeah, yeah.
So, you know, life is kind of, you need a bit of luck as well. So where were we?
Unfulfilled professional dreams.
So it's all unfulfilled, because, I mean, you start off wanting to just be, I didn't want to be laughed at when I did my first film, because it's kind of scary to be up on that screen. And you've got a whole bunch of people. And here, I mean, whatever privileges you might have had, you're jumping into commercial cinema. People are going to laugh at you for having the wrong haircut or the wrong walk or the wrong voice. And of course, so it's never ending. This is a magical profession where you're constantly, you're just scratching the surface of what can be as an actor. So it's all unfulfilled. I've never, I mean, there's so many roles, and even the same role again, done better.
Yeah. We talk a lot about women and, you know, getting older and the industry not being necessarily fair. Does that happen to men? Are men insecure about getting older?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, I think our
older?
generation has really changed that bar, you know. Like I was told when I joined movies that at 40, you'd be over, because that's how, you know, the age. But this is the senior generations, maybe it was the whiskey or the, or the food or whatever, but you've got to watch it. So, I mean, all of us, I think, have been quite careful to kind of stretch that longevity bar. And then, of course, there's computer graphics, which can give you another 5 years, but they're quite expensive if you do it properly. Nobody spends that on me.
I mean, you could spend it on yourself.
But then I wouldn't have any money left from the movie. So these are all our issues. But what were we talking about?
Aging, men and aging.
No, you do stress. Of course, I mean, you stress because, look, it's so addictive to kind of play the hero and to have this camera that's kind of, you know, complimenting you so well, and you're all well lit and you've played this cool guy or whatever. And then you get older and you have to let it go and grow with it, which is also part of growing up. But, so we do. But I still think it's a little harder on women, because, you know, I've seen someone like Rishi Kapoor, or even, I mean, if you look at Akshay Kumar or something, he worked with generations of ladies.
I mean, we have Shafali Shah coming later today, and she played his mother when he was older than her. So yes, it is still unfair to. Yes,
it's unfair.
It is unfair. I could talk to you forever, but we're out of time.
Me too. I'm sorry. I
know we have to do this again.
Yes.
I have a last question before we introduce
yes.
our very special next guest, and also want to honor you with our award. What's the last book you read?
It's a collection of ghost stories. The last proper book I read, was in Nilanjana Roy's Black River.
She's my batchmate from Stevens.
Well, her thriller, which I really liked. So that was
fabulous.
The last book.
She is fabulous. So, while I don't want to let you go, I have to.
Oh dear.
I'm so sorry.
My
Can
pleasure.
we please
Thank you for having me.
a huge round of applause for the absolutely brilliant Saif Ali Khan. And since we are talking about books, and I know how much you love books, I thought that before we honor you with our Global Changemaker Award, I would welcome also on stage two of the most brilliant minds, in my opinion, from the United Kingdom, both writers, both public intellectuals, to ask them to join me in presenting you this award. Please put your hands together for Sathnam Sanghera and Anita Rani. Hello. Lovely to meet you. And if I could have the award on stage, please. And just before we do the honors, just before I ask you guys to do the honors, actually, he was telling us about the last book he read, but actually it's all about identity, isn't it? Whether we've been the conversation Saif and I had, or both of you and your writings, very different life trajectories. Both of them, their families came from India, and then they are today British Indians. And Saif studied here, and then for a few years, and then went back to India.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering if there's something you'd like to ask Saif, because you were hearing bits and bobs of the conversation.
I wanted to ask you, because you speak in actually a really amazing British accent. Do you now speak Hindi in a British accent?
No. I've been accused of doing that when I started my first film. But now I'm 55. I've been doing this 35 years. So Hindi bhi bol leta hu achhi tarah aur Angrezi bhi theek tarah bol leta hu. So it's all right. That's the way it should be, right?
Yes. Can you put us on the spot and ask you to speak any Hindi or Punjabi?
I speak Punjabi really badly with a black country accent. Do you speak Hindi with a...
I speak Punjabi, but not with a Yorkshire accent. You know, yeah. So I used to get paraded around in India when I was tiny, and my uncles used to love asking people, "Can you guess where she's from? Can you guess where she's from?" I'm not going to attempt it.
Well, before I give you our award, I want to give you their books. I think you're going to love them.
Wow.
This is Satnam and Anita's
Is this
books.
history?
So,
wow.
First of all, Barkha, it was very kind of you to put us both into the intellectual category, but I would say my lovely friend Sathnam Sanghera, who wrote Empire, well, this is incredible, and then this is just a story of a...
That's great. I think it's got a quote from me on it. So
That's very true.
Thank you so much.
And may I ask you to do the honors?
Thank you, yes.
I can hold those for you.
Here goes Saif Ali Khan, your Changemaker Awards.
Can we have a big round of applause for the wonderful Saif Ali Khan?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And those are yours. Thank you.
nice to meet you.
Thank you,
And
nice to
please.
meet you. Barkha.
Hi.
Hello.
So, for many of you who live here, I'm sure you know Satnam and Anita, and for those of you who don't or you haven't read their books, can we please welcome them properly? They have been very kind, waiting in the wings for a long while in this heat, so I'm extremely grateful and apologize for running a bit late. So, Satnam, I'll start with you.
I feel, by the way, very self-conscious about
Why?
literally taking a seat at a women's show.
Well,
I mean, I think the one thing men can do for women is to shut up.
Well, yeah.
and to not take their platform.
Well, you know, I was saying in the introduction to the show that men for us have always been intrinsic to this platform. I was raised by my father. My mother died when I was very young. And I was very influenced by my mother, but I was brought up entirely by a man. So men are intrinsic to these conversations. When we talk about stereotypes, Anita, that imprison us, they also imprison men. When we talk about setting ourselves free, we need men to be free. When we talk about equality at work, we need equality at home, so on and so forth. So we cannot have this conversation without men, so please don't be self-conscious.
Okay, well, I'm here to big up Anita.
Thank you.
She doesn't need it, but yeah.
Okay, but I do want to start actually with something about you. I don't know how many of you know that Satnam, you grew up in a family of modest means, and your family came originally from India, and you your first day of school, this is what I've read, please correct me if I'm wrong, you did not know any English. Today, you're the author of several books, a columnist with the Financial Times, one of the most eloquent speakers for this country and for your community, and I think that's extraordinary. It is extraordinary.
But I also think it's a story not just about my parents, but also it's a typical story of Asian immigration. You know, you'll find lots of people like me. I guess my story is quite extreme. And my dad had schizophrenia, but also, you know, he's illiterate. That's what's most remarkable, I think, about my life, is that I'm a writer and my dad still can't read or write English. My name has a spelling error in it. Like, there's millions of Satnams, there's no Sathnams, because my dad couldn't spell it when he registered my name. And that is a remarkable thing. And that's what immigrants do.
There's a spelling error in my surname, actually, my parents' surname, because, again, when my grandfather arrived here, he pronounced it in a certain way, and they just spelt it as they heard it. But it's not
What's the surname?
It's Nadran with a J,
All right.
but they put it with a Z.
Same with mine. So my dad must have gone and said, Satnam.
Yeah.
Sounds like there's an H in
TH,
it, right?
Yeah.
So an English person hearing that. But so we hold our histories in our names.
And this obviously means that since your father couldn't read or write, and I will get to his battle with schizophrenia later, but he or your mother couldn't read your books. They had to wait for The Boy with the Top Knot to actually be adapted on film before your mom possibly could understand it or your father could understand it.
I've got to say, it's quite useful having a family who don't read what you write.
You can say what you want.
I mean, did you have that problem? You had to run everything past your family? Mine didn't really care.
No, I mean, I had to talk to my mum about when I was going to write the memoir, but she's listened to the audiobook. She hasn't read it.
Yeah. My sister, who can read English, hasn't read my book. She's read my kids' book. And my brother has only read 2 books in his life. I think half of my book and Moonwalker by Michael Jackson. And that's it.
And your newest book is on George Michael, but we'll get to that in a moment. Anita, The Right Sort of Girl. You never were.
Never.
Never.
All the
and
best women
may
aren't.
we always be never the right sort of girls.
Also,
right?
It's Barkha Dutt. I mean, absolute legend. What an honour to meet you finally in the flesh.
Thank you. I'm such a fan of yours as well, and of Satnam's. Talk about fitting in, not fitting in, the boxes that don't fit, the labels that don't apply. You're constantly hyphenated, and the hyphen doesn't get you either British, Indian. What does it even mean?
Yeah, what does any of it mean? So in the book, I start by sort of explaining that before I even stepped out of my front door to experience whatever I was going to face within my own home as a young girl, I was already kind of loaded with expectation. In fact, my grandmother said when I was born that we don't celebrate girls. There
No.
I am. With Mum. Yes, we don't
when did you find out that she said that?
Oh, this is like a story that's been told since I was quite young, actually. So my mum grew up in India.
Yeah.
And she's Punjabi. My grandfather was in the army, so they travelled around. But my dad's family came to Britain, Punjabi again, in the 50s, from Punjab to the UK. Very similar story. In fact, my grandparents can't read and write. My grandparents are illiterate. And my father... So I suppose I'm the next generation. It was my father who had me he was only 20 years old. And had an arranged marriage. I said to somebody the other day, oh, my parents met at Heathrow Airport. And they said, oh, what a lovely meet cute. Did they just eyes meet? And it was like, no. I said, no, that's who she came to meet. That was it.
That was the first time she met him?
Yeah, met her husband, to-be. They'd seen photographs of each other.
Yeah.
And this is not an uncommon story. And so, yes, identity, what does it mean? And sort of constantly trying to figure out, how do I express who I am? And realized that actually, finding my identity within the home was one thing, wanting to express myself when I was told to, sit a certain way and behave a certain way, and all I wanted to do was play out.
Yeah.
And my mum was constantly saying, don't go in the sun, sit indoors. And actually all I wanted to do was play football. And then you start working in an industry where there aren't many like Satnam and I. We've entered spaces that I guess, weren't really designed for us.
And were the spaces closed, hostile, or presumptuous about what you could and couldn't do? Yeah. I mean, I still get asked to this date if I go on as a guest on an American network not a British network so much, but an American network, oh, how do you speak such fluent English?
Amazing.
I still, in 2026, get asked this question. So I'm wondering, when you say that the spaces were made for you and Satnam, were they roundabout hostile? Were they stereotypical?
I wouldn't say hostile, but I would say
Sometimes.
yeah,
Like
it
how?
It's
can
hard.
be. Yeah.
I think there's lots of things going on, isn't there? I mean,
Yes.
there's class,
Yes.
there's race.
Yes.
I think as a woman, I think Anita
There's
probably
gender.
had it harder.
Yeah.
And being on screen. But also the Fleet Streets are very, very white.
Yeah.
Even now?
Yeah.
Even now?
As is TV, you know.
Yeah.
I guess Satnam and I have a similarity in that our parents, as a lot of South Asian migrant families do, they put a lot of, education was everything. And so, you know, kind of sending us to schools where we sort of learned to speak the lingo of middle-class white people is what they sort of also understood was going to help us. What I suppose for me, and it took me a long time, and maybe it's just to do with my personality, which is I'm just going to get on with it.
Yeah.
Is when you realize, oh, people don't see me the way I see myself. And actually, they have a very small binary view of what a South Asian woman is. And so they kind of constantly saying, yeah, but this is what you should do. And so I've spent a lot of time trying to explain to people, but that's what I want to do. I don't want to be sitting over there. I want to be doing this over here. So, but yeah, hostility, you say.
And it's not just getting in.
No.
It's the length of your career.
Yes,
I mean,
staying in.
you look younger every time I see you, but you've had a very long career. We're talking more than 20 years now.
Don't age me. No, yeah. It's been 25, yeah.
I'm basically around 20 years.
I think we're all the same vintage.
Yeah.
Thereabouts.
Best.
And the number of people, almost everyone else dropped out, or
Because it's exhausting.
it's exhausting.
Because it's exhausting and it taps into your mental health, you know, when you're kind of trying to work at something and you're not getting opportunities or whatever. But somehow, I guess, you know, there's a tenacity in women and resilience. People have asked me a lot, where do you get your work ethic from? Where does your drive come from? And you will know this, Satnam. Like, if you have seen, I always say, like, what, getting up at 5 a.m. to go and present a show or whatever, you should have seen what my parents did. You should have seen what their friends did, right?
Yeah.
You know, that's work.
Yeah.
How did they do it? What I
From
did-
nothing to
From-
creating a whole life and giving
Yeah.
their children a life. I want to talk to both of you about taboos, because I think in many ways you have both lifted the veil of silence around subjects that need to be spoken of but aren't. Satnam, Satnam's extremely moving personal story is your father and your sister's battle with schizophrenia. But the really heartbreaking sort of discovery that I made while reading your book was that you did not know about this till much later. And your mother was basically in a marriage where her husband, because he was mentally ill and maybe not even diagnosed or medicated initially, was violent. And she just absorbed it all because she thought that she didn't have the option as an Indian woman to leave the marriage or go back home. Your sister then had schizophrenia. And you write about all of this. And even today in 2026, to talk about mental health, I would imagine, especially in the South Asian community, is not easy. And why was it so important for you to tell that story in such a public way?
Yeah, it's still taboo. I mean, people talk about mental illness generally being a taboo. I don't think it is. I think it's actually quite relatively easy now to talk about anxiety, depression. I just think severe mental illness is massive taboo in Britain and in India. I mean, if someone has the symptoms of schizophrenia, you cross the road because they're very disturbing symptoms. They can be, you can be scared of them. They can be dangerous to themselves and occasionally to other people. And it's a massive, massive taboo. And it remains so in the South Asian community. Even now, it's blamed on black magic. It's almost always blamed on women. Almost always.
And I think I remember reading that your mother thought or was told that maybe it was her fault that her
the
husband
extended family blamed you on her.
was violent and ill.
And those attitudes are really routine, I think, in India and in South Asian communities in Britain. And it makes me a bit cross when people talk about, oh, you know, mental illness is fashionable now.
Yeah.
And it's not. I mean, we need to talk about the different mental illnesses. If anything, the education about depression and anxiety has made it harder for people with severe mental illness to get treatment, because now everyone is seeking treatment. But that's quite an unfashionable thing to say.
And sorry, just before I come to you, what was the response when you told these stories of your father's severe, violent, mental illness that actually led to violent behavior till he was...
it was only when he wasn't treated.
Till he was given
He's
medicines.
been stable most of his life now. But yeah, the response has been really extreme. I mean, I've thousands of letters now. The book was written about 20 years ago. And, so many successful people, really famous people, have siblings, parents like this. And it doesn't get talked about in part because it's not their story.
Yeah.
They don't want to invade the privacy of their brother, sister, father. I could do it because I had the permission of my parents and my family. But that's another reason why we don't hear about it, because the victims of these illnesses aren't in a position to, or don't really, because they get judged.
But Barkha, I remember reading Satnam's book, and I remember whilst I was reading it, telling everybody I knew, you have to read this. First of all, it's really hard to be published, to tell a story and to write a memoir. So for Satnam, and this, what year was it? You were so cute. So for Satnam to have been published as an Indian man, and to write his story, and I remember reading it and thinking, what a tender, beautiful, vulnerable, intelligent person, and how brilliant that this book exists, and what it takes to be the guy who has not only told the story but got it published for other people to read, and that sort of sets a standard and allows other men to, just relax. Yeah. And I don't know, I remember passing it around most of the men that I know in my family to say, you've got to read this.
Did it work? Did it make them more sensitive?
My brother is very sensitive, he is. My mum always says, you should have been the boy, he should have been the girl. And I always say, no, Mum, it's the right way around.
Which brings me...
Exactly.
You've written about some very personal experiences of your life. You've written about miscarriage. You've spoken and written about divorce. One would think that this should be easier by now for women and men. I mean, divorce in the case of men, miscarriage in the case of women to do. But it isn't, is it?
No, not at all. Actually, I've written about a lot, and sometimes I wonder, have I overshared
I know
in
that
the book?
feeling.
That feels like, why did I write about that?
Yeah.
Because, Barkha, I feel like I suppose when our existence isn't, I don't feel I have just the privilege, nor do I want to just exist in a space where I just do a job. I went and made a program about my family history. Some of you may have seen it. I made a Who Do You Think You Are?
Yeah.
Where they trace your, thank you. Yeah, it was, it changed my life. Changed my life.
Can I give context?
Yes,
because
please.
you make an extraordinary discovery about your family, about your grandfather, and basically it's linked to partition. And Anita's grandfather was in the British Indian Army, and I'm going to let you tell the rest of your story.
Oh, there he is, something.
Yes.
My grandfather, he died 6 months before my mum got married. How tragic. And then she moved to the UK. But what I didn't know was his story. And someone said to me, would you like to make a Who Do You Think You Are? And I thought, well, my I know my grandparents, and I've moved to this country. I was born here, so what do I need to know? Anyway, there's so much I discovered. But what really moved me, to come back to your point, is that when I'd read a couple of books, I'd read Freedom at Midnight, so I'd read a bit about partition, because obviously, it's our history, but nothing prepares you for actually experiencing it for real, and going and speaking to people. And when I found out what happened to the women, right, what actually happened, this is not long ago, this is just our grandparents' generation, it's the World War II generation, and the trauma, the brutality of what took place and how little choice they had. Something inside me, I don't really know what intergenerational trauma is, but something inside me actually changed. And I've been, since that day to now, a lot in my life has changed. And what I realized is I'm probably the first woman in my entire bloodline to have a voice and a choice. And I've been brought up with shame, thank you, as you are, we are. I've been brought up with this word shame. And my mum always like, oh, don't do this, because they always think, and it's never your shame that you're just carrying simply, it's the shame it would bring on your mother. And that breaks your heart more than anything, right? Because that's the worst thing you want to do, right? I'll do anything for my mum. And which in itself brings a bit of a complicated twist to the story, which means she can ask me to do anything and I'll probably do it. So I talked about my miscarriage because nobody talks about it. And it was something that was very real that happened. And the reaction I got was immense because women, no women talk about it. It's a taboo in most cultures. And then I have the added layer that I'm an Asian woman. And so I get lots of women saying, thank God you're talking about it because our experience is different. And then when I finally got divorced and realized that I'm kind of liberated to live how I want to, I went back to my mum and I said, you know, all the people, thank you. I mean, it's sad. You know, these things happen for various reasons. So, but I went back and I'm, Mum, you know all those people that you're like, they will say this, they will say that. Who are the they? Because I'm still that annoying teenage daughter. It's like, no, who are the they?
Yeah.
No one. And so all of a sudden shame is lifted and then life gets exciting. And so now I think we should keep talking. And the more we talk, the easier it gets for other people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing. Satnam, you have written about empire. And back home in India, we read in our schools a lot about this. We talk a lot about it. There's a very robust public debate over, you know, what parts of sort of the British years India has absorbed, including the language I'm speaking in, much of our education system, cricket, as you've written, and so on. And then there are things that scar the collective memory of a nation. Jallianwala Bagh, the massacre, partition, basically, you know, historians have written about how it was the Brits drawing a line across the people and so on. And you have pointed out that here, very few know about empire. They do not know their own history. Let's say contrasted with a country like Germany that has been nudged and pushed into confronting its own problematic past. You know, so here if I say Churchill and Bengal famine, unless you're Shashi Tharoor, nobody's going to listen, or Sathnam Sanghera. Why is this not a mainstream conversation here?
You're right. And actually, one of the reasons I think there was such an intense response to your "Who do you think you are?" is that even British Asians didn't know much about partition.
Yeah.
That's amazing, right? I remember one of my favorite facts about amnesia is that if you read Tony Blair's memoirs, he goes to China to hand back Hong Kong to the Chinese. And he writes, I was only dimly aware of the history. How can you only be dimly aware of the Opium Wars?
Yeah.
They're taught to every Chinese child.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot going on there. Why? I think partly the British can't handle it. They ran the biggest empire in history, and then it was over. It's too much to compute. Where do you begin?
Yeah.
And also, I think it's because we're an island. So we didn't have to live with the repercussions of empire. We could act like it never happened. And that's what we do. So it's like, if we ever talk about slavery, it's like it's something we abolished. It's not something we did. Slavery happened in America.
Yeah.
We forget about the 3 million people we transported across the Atlantic. We forget about the 3 million people who died in the Bengal famine, the largest death on the Allied side.
Yeah.
And yet, World War II is our national story.
I did the Raj for GCSEs. And yes,
they let you do that?
We did in my school. And we were taught about railways, and we were taught about the judiciary, and we were taught about the civil service, and the military, and how benevolent this empire was. And you realize, and then the older you get, the more you start learning, and the more you start reading, and the more you start thinking, you're like, okay, but these were all things that benefited one side, just the British. The railways were put in to get military in and goods out. No other reason. Yeah. Right? It wasn't done for the benefit of the Indians. So, yeah, these conversations are starting, well, thank goodness. You know, the who do you think you are, definitely. You know, lots of... The best thing that came out of that was when young people said, we are finally asking Granny and Grandad what happened. Because like, it's difficult to talk about this trauma. You know, what do you do? Where does it sit with people?
Yeah, and also with famine.
Sorry, and I don't think you actually completed your grandfather's story, because you said I mean, we just assume people knew, but you found out that your grandfather had been married
Yes.
previously, and she had died.
Yes, she
In
had.
partition.
Yes. So he was my grandfather was married. I thought he had one child.
Yeah.
And actually it turns out he had two. He had a daughter. And then I discovered the name of his first wife. I knew that he was married, but I never knew her name. And her name was Pritam Kaur. And I had a photograph. And this woman became so important to me to like honor her life became the life of all those forgotten women. And then when that program went out, as is the case, I'm sure lots of people in this room know, lots of us have come from there and there are families, extended families all over. Pritam Kaur's extended family, they live in London, and they reached out to my family and they said, we are all sitting here with tears in our eyes. And yeah, you know.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That's
So,
amazing.
yeah. But I also discovered, this was really interesting, and this is why, you know, for a nation that loves history and loves to tell the story and kind
Certain
of
kind of history.
Yes, certain kind of history. So as we know in Punjab, you know, during the Second World War, nearly 2 million soldiers, because from that region were enlisted to fight in the Second World War. During the First World War, it was about 1 million, Satnam, is that right? I'm going to refer to my learned friend here for the facts and figures. Don't want to be making things up. Yeah. But again, from Punjab. And in my family, they thought we were cursed. They thought the women were cursed because my great-grandfather, the wives and the children would die. So my great-grandfather's first wife died, all the children died, he married his second wife, and only my grandfather survived. Yeah. And they thought the women were cursed. Turns out it's Spanish flu. Because after the First World War, all these soldiers who were fighting on the Western Front in France went back all over the world with Spanish flu. And of course, no newspapers are going to get to Punjab, rural Punjab, to say there is Spanish flu. Yeah. And so, you know, we're unearthing these things. So, yes, or maybe it is a curse, I don't know. But no, there is no curse. Yeah.
So in the end, I want to ask both of you, you know, with immigrant communities, the story tends to change from generation to generation. So in your case, you go from being somebody who, you know, who battled poverty, heard George Michael mixtapes, cut your hair as a sign of perhaps early defiance, so on and so forth, learned to be comfortable with English. Now perhaps, I don't know, do you dream in Punjabi or English?
It's definitely English.
Definitely English. What for you, for your next generation, would you like to pass on?
Oh gosh, I would like them to remember how hard our parents' generation fought, and actually the women in particular. I mean, I wrote a whole novel about women really of that generation. They were often running the family, raising the kids, doing everything for their husbands, so often running businesses, shops at the same time, and not thanked. And I think we can seek inspiration, like you said, from how hard they worked, but not from sometimes their passiveness, because they had to be.
That's right.
You know? And we need to combine that bravery and that hard work with courage.
That's so well said, that kind of, there doesn't have to be a predetermined outcome to your life, which was the one thing that our parents or our grandparents' generation may have thought. Anita, I know your wonderful podcast is called Sisterhood of Defiance. It's brilliant, as is everything you do. The legacy that you'd like to, you know, from lived experience.
Yes.
Seeing the generation before for the next generation.
You've got to get Barkha on your podcast.
Definitely.
Happy
you
to.
have to.
Happy to.
My God, what an
Happy
honour.
to.
Oh, God, I can't wait.
Happy
The
to.
ultimate sister of defiance. And what a voice.
Thank you.
And everything you do. I absolutely, what Satnam said, I think South Asian women are the most overlooked in this country. You know, they didn't see my grandmother. They didn't see my mother. Like, they just, still to some extent, were not seen. And I guess everything about me didn't want to be what I was seeing. I didn't want to be making chapatis. I didn't want to be running into the kitchen every time the men came. I'm like, I want to, but my goodness me, the amount of respect and everything I do is to honor their voices, right, and to platform them. So Sisters of Defiance, absolutely. The first episode was with Mira Sayal, Dame Mira Sayal.
She was here last year.
She's amazing. And we had a really frank conversation. I kind of just thought, okay, we'll put it out there, see what happens. And it has gone stratospheric because these they're not happening in any other space. But the one thing I would like to see happen, and this is based on my experience of going to Punjab when I was little. I was really lucky. My mum is from India. Yeah. And she is like, it took us so long to get a British passport. She was like, I am Indian, I'm never getting rid of it. And it's only when we had to get visa every time we went anywhere. But we were taken to Punjab, and because my grandfather was in the army, all this tragedy happened to him. He lost his whole family. He had no hate in his heart. And Punjab is a land where, and I have been to north of the border, I've been to Pakistan, and I've been to see where my family lived on the other side. And it's the same food, it's the same traditions, it's the same language. And also, you know, you go around Punjab and there's mandars, there's gurdwaras, and there's, like, you know, I used to tie a red thread in the wherever the pirs were. And I feel like we need to remember that there's more that unites us than divides us. I mean, that's really important for me. Well, and it's really important for us to stand together as well, you know.
I could talk to both of you for hours, but unfortunately, we don't have those hours. All I want to say in the end is may you keep telling the stories that matter, giving voice to those who don't have them. I think there's great courage in telling your own stories. Those are the toughest to tell. And both of you have, you know, it's very easy as a reporter for me to tell the stories of other people, but I think it takes special courage to tell your own deeply, deeply, deeply personal stories. So I thank you for that, and I wish you more power. May we have a great round of applause for our wonderful global change makers. And I want to, yes, you can show them more love. Go ahead. I want to now call on stage as we honor Satnam and Anita with our Global Changemakers Award, a very special guest who's come all the way from India to meet all of you. She's one of the Indian film industry's best-known faces. She was at Cannes recently, making us all proud of the very eloquent, the very super smart, and of course, the absolutely gorgeous Aditi Rao Hydari. Please put your hands together to welcome her on stage. Let's show Aditi some love. Hello. Thank you.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Could we have the awards on stage? So this is Satnam and Anita, and I know you didn't get to hear all of their conversations, but they're absolutely brilliant writers. And I thought, before I ask you to honor them, I wanted to ask you something about the film industry. It's obviously a big thing here in the diaspora, yeah? How much does it impact culture and thought here? And is there something you'd like to ask, Aditi?
Ooh, oh my gosh.
Aditi,
I mean,
grab your mic.
We all know.
Okay, you will.
I mean, how much? I mean, we lived two lives. We would go to the cinema and watch our whatever films in the cinemas, and then at home we'd all watch VHSs of Bollywood films, and like, I mean, it's how most of us accessed India, right? Yeah. If you hadn't been there, it was. Yeah. What would I like to ask you? I'd like to ask you, are you getting the roles you want? Like, I feel like...
You took my question away from me!
I think you're incredible, by the way, and I love this new young cohort of actresses, and I just love the kind of energy that you have, and I follow you on Insta. But yeah, are you getting the roles that you want? Are there good roles for women in Indian cinema?
Hi. Good evening.
I know. Just sort of jump right in.
You like literally dropped me at the deep end of the pool. Okay. So I think there is change. Things are changing. But I think we have to demand that change. And I think we have to live that change. We have to make our choices, be comfortable with our choices. We have to learn to say no. And I think we also need to think for the longer term and not for a short term. And also, I really, really believe that ultimately it's about cinema and it's about artistry. So if each of us can prioritize that, I think we will make the right choices. And it's not about figuring whether it's, you know, you don't see the result of that immediately always. Sometimes you see it as you go along. And I think that's where the magic lies, in just believing that you are making the right choice and your intentions are towards that artistry, yes. So it is changing, but it's a little baby step at a time.
It was a big question.
Yeah, it was a big question. I will pick up where you left off. But may I ask Aditi to do the honors? You can take this there. And
Thank you so much.
Aditi?
I feel like I don't deserve this. but
Oh, come on. That's Anita's.
I definitely don't deserve that one.
I
That's
can.
Anita's.
Thank you so much. Thank you. What an honour. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give this to my mum.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Let's have a big round of applause for Satnam and Anita. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
See you next time.
And welcome. Let me give you another big welcome hug.
I'm so happy to be here.
Finally.
I know, finally.
Come. So can we please welcome the lovely Aditi Rao Hydari.
Thank you.
We finally get to do this, so thank you for coming all the way. Aditi has to go from here to do a shoot straight in Hyderabad, and she just made all of this time to meet all of you, so let's really show her some love.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm very happy to be here, and it's a very huge honor.
Thank you. Let me start by getting straight to it. I think Anita kind of took a part of where I wanted to start the conversation. How much has changed, how much is different, and how much of a battle is it still to be a woman in the industry? Big question.
You know, when I hear stories from actors, like I was recently working with the legendary Aparna Sen.
Yeah.
And when I was listening to her stories, it amazed me at the choices that she made. How she lived her life. And you hear this from a lot of senior actors and women.
Yeah.
And I find that that's what's incredibly inspirational about a woman, is that, you know, inherently within us is this agency. And I wouldn't like to use the word battle, because I feel that it's more like it's a maneuver to hold on to your dignity, which is quite often kind of pushed around. And I find that that kind of power and that kind of strength and resilience really lies with the woman. And I think at each stage of a woman's life, whether she is a person who, you know, does the incredible task of running a home, or goes out there to work, or is an artist, or whatever it is that a woman does, I think they really, really, really sort of hold up so many aspects of what it is to just live a life, bring in the nurture, not only to themselves, but also to the people around them, and also really, really show the power. And I feel that every woman does that because she chooses. She chooses to do what it is that really makes a difference, not just to her, but to her being and to the people around and to the work that she's doing. And I feel like change, you know, is something, there is an obvious change that you see, and there is a change that one feels with every choice that one makes. And you might not see it immediately, but you make it for the people who take over from you. And I feel that every woman in the film industry, especially, because I've heard stories from them, whatever decisions they made, you know, have impacted us. And I think whatever decisions we make will impact the girls who come after us. And I think that's what's really, really important, to do what is important now, but to also understand that there is a long-term result that you see of every decision that you make. So to cut a long story short, I think there is change. We don't see it quite obviously, but with each little decision that each one of us makes, and honestly, that is our own responsibility. You can't, you know, keep like, okay, you can sit here and say, this is a problem, that is a problem, this is an issue, that is an issue, but you know, that issue lies with other people. What about yourself? So I feel that the individual responsibility to live the life that you believe will create change is very important to live. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, and I'll connect it to something else you said. You said we must learn how and when to say no.
Yes.
it's not always easy for a woman to say no, either because we're conditioned,
Yes.
or we are conflict averse, or jhagda nahi chahiye, we don't want to fight,
Yeah.
we want to keep the peace, or we feel we lose out on a job opportunity or a role.
Absolutely.
Yeah. One of
And
the,
you're judged.
And you're judged. And you're
Yes.
judged no matter what you do,
Yes.
no matter how you dress,
Yes.
yeah, all of that.
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you, we have seen something quite important happen in the film industry in the last, I would say, month, where you've had a director of a major film, Peddy, actually come out and apologize and remove some scenes because the female lead in the film did not feel comfortable with how she was filmed. I'm talking about Janhvi Kapoor. And the director then issues a public statement and says, this should, I didn't want to do this, I didn't want it to feel like this, I'm removing some of the scenes. How important do you think was that moment, and does that give the space to other women? And I know you work across language industries, from Hindi to several states and several industries in southern India. Does that empower women to speak up about how they're represented, or is it easier said than done? Because the fact is that when Deepika Padukone spoke about an 8-hour work shift, she lost work because of that. There was furious debate, so on and so forth. So it isn't easy, even for somebody like Deepika, to actually speak up.
I don't want to take specific instances because we know what happens on social media.
Do you think people will come after you?
It's not that I fear that they'll come after me, but what I don't like is that the point that one is trying to speak about, or what is important gets swept under the carpet, and what is sensational then gets picked up. And I think that's just very sad when that happens. Sure. And the thing is, okay, so I have to tell you that my cousins and Siddharth and my superpower, they say that my superpower is that I manage to say what I want to say, and everybody is just looking at me because they're not quite sure whether I just said something that was not acceptable.
No, it was acceptable.
Yeah. Okay. So here's what I want to say. I want to say that what I do find problematic is if a male star, and forget the film industry, in every walk of life, if a man stands his ground and says that something is not okay, for whatever reason, that is considered strong, powerful, exemplary. But when a woman does that, she's difficult. And I think that's really, it's very basic, but it's not okay. And I feel, and I also feel...
that was straight bat, like everybody understood what you said.
Yes. But because it's
true. And agreed with it.
Yes, but because it's true, right? And I feel that every man sitting out here, regardless of gender, I think you must agree with what I'm saying, because that's what happens. Yeah. And we do that ourselves. Yeah. Each one of us, we have to ask ourselves, do we not do that? Yeah. Why is a woman not taken seriously? Why are her cheeks pinched? And she said, don't worry, it'll be handled, when she's trying to make a point. And that has happened with me too. And I'm saying, a person works for so many years, and you have just spoken about somebody who has proved herself over and over again. She's worked for so many years, she's wonderful, she's a strong woman who has made her own choices, lived by them. Why should she have to explain? Mm-hmm. And why is what she needs at that particular time in her life not important enough to consider? Now I understand that there are many things that possibly aren't available to us to discuss or know, because a lot of these discussions aren't really, so we only hear the sensational part of it, right? Mm-hmm. But I feel bad that the conversation that should be had and the conversation that is important is swept under the carpet. And what becomes the most important, what I said, is the sensationalism of it. And that there is a huge problem in that. So I feel that for a lot of women, and again, I don't want to say women, I want to have a humanitarian approach to this and say, why don't human beings feel safe enough to...
Is that social media? Is that the toxicity of social media?
I think that's the toxicity that lies within us, because what is social media? It's also human beings who are sort of anonymous, nameless, who get onto social media and say the things that they do. Now, I can say that how do they live with themselves, making somebody's life so miserable, but they do it, right? So that's the toxicity that inhabits every human being's brain and heart. And I wish that they could put that energy to better use, because if they are so, like, that takes a lot of energy to dissect people, to say terrible things, to even sensationalize and manipulate people's brains. I'm like, why can't you use that same energy to do something beautiful, to make change, to make somebody's life better, to understand, to take a topic of conversation forward, so there's so there's something constructive comes out of it, right?
Have you taught yourself to read past the comments on your social media? I ask this more of women than of men, but I also ask this of men. I mean, Saif was here earlier, and we were talking about social media and what happened after the stabbing, horrible stabbing in his home.
Yeah. I mean, it was appalling.
How people were commenting?
It was so sad.
Exactly.
You're you're making a circus out of somebody's pain. It's not okay. We're human beings, you know.
And so
People
I want to
forget
ask
that.
you about yourself. Do you read past comments, or do you read what people say about you?
So I learned this. I've been working since 2011, and obviously when you first start getting a lot of love and you get famous and people start recognizing you, that's very exciting. I love it. I love to be loved, and I make no bones about it. I love to give love, and I love to be loved. But I also want to find my equilibrium in this crazy place, because I can't believe my own myth, right?
Yeah.
And one of my dearest directors said that it's very important as an artist, if you start believing your own myth, then you start growing. And it's very important to be a little curious child. So even when I'm dealing with social media, though that curious 5-year-old is very much alive in me,
yes,
and I'm dying to see what people have written, but I've learned that for my sensitive heart and brain, I don't need to know what the entire world is saying about a particular performance or a particular outfit. And I do that because as an artist, I must value criticism. But that criticism must come from a constructive place, and it must come from love and kindness, and it must not come from a place where they want to tear you down and tear you to shreds. So you basically then can't.
Basically, they want you to not be confident.
Something, I don't know
Something
what it
like
is.
that.
And I can't even imagine that human beings, like people would want to do that to another person. So I don't read comments. To cut a long story short, I don't read comments. But if I chance upon something, or I chance upon some random rubbish sensational thing that is written just for clickbait, it does hurt.
Yeah.
It's not like it doesn't hurt. But I really value what my mother told me, and still tells me, is that you be the best version of yourself, because that's all that you can control, right?
Yeah.
And
but you know, everybody has soft spots.
Of course.
And you know, last year Karan Johar was here, and he said, you know, I don't care about what they say, I don't read anything. And he said, but there was this one time when a comment by a troll really broke my heart, because it was about my children.
Huh.
And he said that he reacted to it. And you know, the cardinal rule of social media is never engage with these sort of comments, but he reacted to it. So like, when you see something that's really hurtful, firstly, if I can ask you, what's like the most hurtful thing that you've heard said about yourself that is so appalling that you're like not able to ignore it? Is it like, do people talk? I've had women on the stage that say people comment on the color of our skin, our weight, our clothes, like deeply personal thing. Marriage, relationships, like everything is considered fair game in the world that we live in. What is it that you haven't been able to ignore that has really, maybe for that moment, either broken your heart or enraged you?
Where do I start? You know, I can't pinpoint a particular instance. There may be many. It's also my little superpower that I cut out the noise. I want to hear music in the noise. And I want to see light in a dark spot. Like if there's a dark cloud, I want to see the sunshine. through it. I didn't want the sunshine to this level in London, but
Oh my God,
my
the heat,
God.
yes.
But I want to do that, and I practice doing that because I feel like if I don't, then I'll just go into a rabbit hole, and it is difficult. It is difficult for a lot of us. And I also keep telling myself every time there's some kind of difficulty that I'm facing, or you see some rubbish. One thing I know that there are a lot of idle minds. There are a lot of people who do things on purpose. There are a lot of people who just want a reaction out of you, who want attention. I keep telling myself that, what do I tell myself? I tell myself this. I want to actually continue with what my mother says to me, is that I be the best version of myself. And if somebody wants to waste their energy, like doing this and being this, it's really their problem. And what can I do about it? And also, I have to shut out that noise. And it does hurt. It does hurt. But I need to turn it around. And that power lies within me. And I can do it. And it's very, very important to have a good support system also.
I was just going to
not
ask you.
yes men.
No,
not yes men.
men.
Because sometimes we do, I was going to use a bad word. Oh, sometimes we do mess up.
Yeah.
And it's okay to leave your ego aside and say, look, I'm sorry. I did not mean that. And it was not intentional. But it is important to know the truth, to know and hear the truth, but it's also important where it comes from.
We've been talking all evening about why men are such an intrinsic part of the We the Women stage and of our lives, and how so many of us know men who are allies, champions, part of our support system. You gave love a second chance in your life. And I like to look at relationships that convey or exude equality and partnership and call them an equal music, and say that maybe all hope for that sort of equal music in our lives. How much has that given you a sort of corner of the sky that is your own, where you always see the sunshine? And I don't mean to romanticize any relationship. No relationship is always roses and, and cream. But how has that been for you to have a supportive partner?
I think it's one of the most beautiful things, And so here again, yes, it's very important to have a supportive partner, but it's also important to have a supportive parent, a supportive team, people, anybody who is that close to you, physically and emotionally. I think it's very important to be able to be honest and to also sort of.
You're both actors.
Yes, and I was coming to that.
And I was going to, before you come to that, how do you keep your life real? Because as you said, you don't want to believe the entire mythology that comes with fame. You love the fame, you love the attention. But when you're married to another actor, and that is therefore, in a way, that universe which is lived in the public eye, what is the most ordinary thing you guys do?
Oh my God. So I have to give a lot of credit to Siddharth for this. Not that I'm discrediting myself, but I'm me. I know where I come from. I know how I've been brought up. So I want to actually admire another person who I didn't know before I fell in love with him. And I think it's incredible that I have to bring gender into it, a man who has been brought up so beautifully in such a balanced and lovely way, who is intrinsically a feminist. And when I use the word feminist, I want to say that there is a humanitarian aspect to it, which I also value very, very deeply. And I think it's very important for it to come from that humanitarian space. And somebody who is, who encourages dialogue, who is intelligent, but also very, very sensitive, very empathetic. And also, I think what for me is really important, because our world can, as I was saying, it can be very, we can live in a bubble, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So what really, really grounds me is the fact that Siddharth and I, first of all, it's very difficult to plan anything with him, because he will make last-minute decisions to go on some holiday or whatever, to go anywhere. And I think what's so incredible about that is the impulsiveness of these decisions that makes it so real and makes the adventure childlike and curious and fun. And I think that's what really keeps
So
it
what
all
is the
real.
most ordinary thing you guys did recently? What's the most ordinary thing you've done in London since you got here?
I walk a lot. I'm sorry, this sounds really terrible. I sound very privileged when I say this, but it's very difficult to walk in India. It's not easy. And I think Siddharth and I, like, he just grabs me by the hand and we just walk endlessly. We get lost. We've been lost in cities. We don't know where we are. We have absolutely no idea. And at the end of a day, sometimes we just kick off our shoes and we continue to walk. We like literally skip on a road and then we'll jump into a cab and then go to some other place entirely. So, and I feel that feels like a little like adventure to me, and to me that really grounds us. And also the fact that, like, suppose so Siddharth was shooting in New York, we would just like book a ticket to watch a film, land up without I don't know, there's something very, very, very normal about doing something like that. Go and sit in a cafe, discuss that film. We walked in the snow. Like, it started snowing in New York. It was the first time I saw snow in New York. I have seen snow before. I've even shot in the snow, but in a very little thin sari. But it was the first time that I saw snow in New York, and we were there at Christmas time, and we ran out of our apartment. And we just sat like that under the snow, and we played with, like, we threw snowballs at each other. And I know that's a very childish thing to do.
But it's important to keep corners of your life that are,
yeah, and it's just like not a care in the world.
Good
and
for
I like
you.
doing things like that, and I can do it with somebody like Siddharth who doesn't take himself too seriously. I think that's what it is.
That's what it is.
It's when you don't take yourself too seriously, but you do respect your work. There's a difference.
So let me end by asking you, what for you, if I'm having this conversation with you 5 years from now, where would you want your life to be? Okay, 2 years from now.
Oh.
2 years?
Yes, 2
2
years.
years is more doable?
Let's do 2 months.
Okay, 2 months.
No. 2 years is good.
And what would you say to young girls, young women, because all of you who are in the movies...
Who want to act, or who just generally want to live happily?
No, all of you who are in the movies, you have enormous influence on the minds and aspirations of young people.
Yeah.
What would you want to say to them, and where would you want your life to go in a few years from now? Let's not put a number on it.
I don't know which part of it to start with. Okay, so what I would tell girls who are working, not just in the film industry, but whatever it is they're doing, I think it's really important to recognize why it is that you do something and your intention behind doing that. And I think once that is very clear to you, I think you just effortlessly make the right choices. Also, I think there's nothing more incredible and empowering than being your authentic self.
Yeah.
And I know this word is used all the time. But when I say your authentic self, I mean that, we are all unique with our quirks, with our, can I go back to a little thing that, so I've always been told, oh, you're so delicate, if I do, you'll fall or whatever. And I'm like, I might look like that, but I'll save you in a storm, so just relax. And and I'm like, that's the other thing with women, and I've faced that a lot. You know what the perception of me is and what you are. There are so many layers to being a woman. And why is strength only seen a particular way?
Yeah.
Why can't I be kind? Why can't I be vulnerable? I think my vulnerability is my greatest strength.
Absolutely.
So I would like to tell every girl out there that you and who you are is the strongest version of yourself. And be proud of that version of yourself. You don't have to fit into any box that tells you what you should be to be strong, or to be empowered, or to be kind, or to be anything.
Absolutely.
You are you. And that's the best version of you. What is the other part of your question?
Where would you want to be 2 years, 2 months, 5 years from now?
Okay, this is a very nice question, because, the thing is, when you want change, sometimes you're battling it. And I know it's very important to battle it. And there are amazing people who battle and who really, really sort of go out there and take on the world. For me, I might do that too. But I do, and it might not be obvious the way in which I'm doing it, because I do it in my way. And I might not be screaming from the rooftops, but every single every single decision that I make empowers me. And I want to keep doing that. And I also want every decision that I make and every fight that I fight, I have to use that word, but I want to do it with love and kindness.
Yeah.
And I want to always keep doing that. And I want 2 years from now for the artistry to keep inspiring me, for my little 5-year-old self to still be curious, and for me to always be in love with Siddharth, with my mother, with my work, with my directors, with my ADs, with my assistant directors, with life. I want to live life with love, curiosity, and artistry, and I want to keep doing that.
That is beautiful, and may you never lose. May you never lose that 5-year-old child in you. Aditi, thank you so much. Thank you. It's been incredible. We wish you power and love. And before we move on, I want to welcome our lead partner, Vedanta Group's chairman, Mr. Anil Agarwal, on the stage, if we can have him to present Aditi the Global Changemaker Award. Anilji, please. And can we have the award on stage? I need the award on stage. And we must thank Vedanta for making it possible for us to bring We the Women to London again. So let's have a round of applause for them, because this incredible festival would not be possible without their support. Could I have the award on stage, please, as well? Thank you. Anilji, may I please ask you to do the honors and then say a few words? Sorry. Aditi?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All the best.
Let's have a big round of applause for this wonderful moment.
I'm trying to recollect when my daughter got married in London.
Yes.
I
remember that.
The Shah Rukh made a full movie on her childhood, and she was the
bride.
That time.
Yes,
she was the
I
bride
was your
that
daughter.
time. Amazing
quite
work you have done.
Full circle.
This was really surprise for me. I didn't know that I have to come here. I have come to watch all of you. You look as beautiful as that time, or better.
Thank you, thank you.
You look amazing. Very,
I was
very
going
nice.
to tell you that separately, but you said this here. So sweet. Thank you so much.
That's quite a full circle
Yes.
moment. I didn't know that, I promise, so that was serendipity.
No, very, very nice. And I was not supposed to be here. I don't know how she... Barkha is an amazing person.
Oh, Anilji,
I
thank
always
you.
admire her courage. And I try to learn something and pick up something courage from her. All the time.
Thank you,
I'm
Anil.
very proud of you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very
so
much. All the best.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Aditi.
Thank
Very
you,
nice.
thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm happy to see you.
Thank you, Anilji. And we are going to take a very small break, but we've got a lot coming up. Sharmila Tagore, Gita Gopinath, Asma Khan and Shefali Shah are on the other side. So grab some water, grab a drink, and be back in 20 minutes, please. Thank you, and look forward to seeing all of you. And let's show Aditi some love before we go. Another round of applause for her. Thank you. Weren't they incredible? They're called Miss MOD, and the MOD stands for, any guesses? Ministry of Dhol. I thought it was Miss Maud, and then their dad told me backstage, it's not Miss Maud, don't say Miss Maud, it's Miss MOD, which is the Ministry of Dhol. Welcome back, all of you. It's been an incredible evening of community, conversation, celebration, and above all, sharing, and welcome. Tell us, come here, don't be shy. After playing those dhols, you can't be shy.
I'm just trying to look at myself in the camera.
Ah, that's a good thought. Tell us your names.
I'm Selena.
I'm Ria. I'm Namrata.
And what are your ages?
I'm 22.
I'm 17. I'm 19.
Fabulous. How did you? Okay, firstly, how much does that dhol weigh?
I mean, we're pretty strong, so it's not that bad for us.
But really, what is, like, is it?
Honestly, I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
We're just too used to it now, we wouldn't even know.
And how old were you when you got into this?
I was 7.
I was probably about 11. I was probably 10.
And this is all thanks to Dad?
Oh, yeah. Mr. Prit Parach.
Dad is hiding in the wings. Can we have Dad up on stage? He's being a shy father. Come on. We've spoken all evening about the men who champion our lives and support them, and this. Are all of them your daughters?
Namrita and Selena.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Like your daughter.
Yeah.
Adopted daughter. How did you get the girls into Ministry of Dhol?
Well, right. So basically, I mean, my daughters, Selena and Namrita, I mean, they were just like me. They were exposed to music since being in the womb. I mean, a quick story. When I was in a band called Asian Dub Foundation, and thank you. And we were doing a gig at the Royal Festival Hall, and my wife Dolly, she was pregnant with Selena at the time, and what happened was after the show, she said, "Well, every time you came on, she started just kicking and moving around." So Selena was exposed to that while she was in the womb, and same with Namrita really.
Yeah.
And then when they kind of got slightly older, they both had an interest in music.
And was it tough to convince people that girls can do that whole?
It was indeed, yeah.
It was or wasn't?
It was.
What did people say?
I mean, because the Dhol is a male-dominated field, basically. A lot of people, oh God, I'm going to sound bad now, but a lot of people don't kind of they don't believe that the girls can actually play the Dhol. But
We just showed otherwise.
They're amazing. The girls have a different grace.
Yeah.
You know, they've got a different flair. And, you know, I'm hoping that, you know, Miss MOD, the whole sisterhood, I mean, there's 8 of them.
Wow.
I hope they can inspire other female budding Dhol players.
So have you got that sort of swipe that, oh, girls aren't supposed to do this, or how do you lift this Dhol, or stuff like that?
I mean, we do get asked that question a lot, or it's like, oh, we don't really want to hire you because we need male drummers.
Oh,
actually.
people say that?
Yeah, but then it's like, we can do what male drummers can do, if not better, like you guys have just seen.
And what's the dream for the future?
Definitely to take this international.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, we have been to India once already, but we would love to, of course.
Do you speak Punjabi?
A little bit.
Say something a little bit in Punjabi for the people here who follow.
Namrita, do you want to do that?
I don't think mine's appropriate to say.
You're going to be the... you don't think what you're going to say is appropriate?
Yeah,
Do you only know the Punjabi cuss words?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, more seriously, something you'd like to say to young girls everywhere?
Honestly, guys, don't let nobody tear you down. You can do whatever you want to do. Just put your mind to it. And if anybody tries to tell you different, just tell them whatever. Tell them to go do one and do what you got to do.
And what is your dream for them?
I'm hoping they can inspire other females and get bigger, and hopefully females take over the whole Dhol industry.
We will.
So could I please have Miss MOD's award on stage? And just while we're getting that up, what's been the toughest thing about being a female Dhol player?
Oh, that is a hard one because I try and make it the best experience. I'd honestly just say being in the gig industry, like a lot of it is, like my sister said, like people don't want to hire you because you are a girl and they have this stigma towards you. But then when they see you, they're like, oh, they're actually really good. So it's like, why have this stereotype if you've never seen it before then?
Well, I will say it's called marching to the drums of your own beat. And long may you do that. From all of us, this is for you. More power, and may there always be music and freedom in your lives. Can we give it up for Miss MOD? Thank you. Somebody said what they wanted to say but thought was impolite to say for some reason. All right. We don't use the word legend loosely, but I run short of words when it comes to introducing my next guest. Changemaker would be too small a word, legend would be too cliched a word and not capture her essence. For me, she is somebody who, the word I would use is actually rebel, because I think she broke the rules decades ago when we didn't even talk about women breaking the rules. And so she's been called, you know, graceful, elegant, legendary, but I would call her just the OG of rebellion. Yeah? Do you all know who I'm talking about? Do you want to name her and welcome her out? May we please put our hands together for the extraordinary Sharmila Tagore. Nobody can do better than that. Please. Please. Sorry. You can take a cushion to lean against if you'd like. Are you comfortable?
Absolutely.
So the idea is to go beyond the cliches and get a sense of who you really are and who you've really been. I know it's a tall order for...
Yeah, I know who I am.
Hold the mic up, though.
Okay, all right.
So I was saying that everybody calls you a legend, which you are. Everybody calls you iconic, which you are. Everybody calls you elegant and beautiful, which you are. But I think you are a rule breaker. And I think you were a rule breaker before it even became fashionable or common to talk about women breaking rules. And I want to ask you, before we get into all the details of your extraordinary life journey, which rule have you most enjoyed breaking?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I mean, when people say I'm a rule breaker, I don't think I've intentionally broken any rules. But I remember way back in school, maybe that's not what you want to hear.
No, I'm happy to hear it. I think that's where it started. Do tell.
So I used to hide under the chair as if I was invisible or something. And then sometimes I didn't do my homework. And once, of course, very stupidly, maths wasn't my strong point. So I copied from the person who was sitting next to me, and her answers were wrong, and my answers were exactly wrong at the same places. So I had to go and stand in the junior school. That wasn't a very pleasant experience.
But since then, you kept doing things that women at the time didn't do. Let's start with the very young age at which you decided to start acting. What, 12 or 13? You're in school, and your principal or your teachers don't take too kind a view of this, and they say this is a bad influence.
Yes, but I didn't decide it. It was decided for me.
But not
there was this wonderful director, Satyajit Ray. You must, all of you know about it. And he saw me somewhere, have no idea where, and the phone rang, and he said, I would like her to work in my next film, Apur Sangsar, because he was looking for a young 13-year-ish girl. So my father, of course, instantly agreed, because he was very popular with so-called, Sharif Bhadralok, So they approved of him. It was not just any filmmaker. But my principal of the school objected. And she said that she'll be a very bad influence, although I was a good student. And anyway, so my father said, of course, then she will leave the school. So all this was decided without consulting me, but I would have probably also agreed. So I left the school and went to an English medium school. And before that, I was in a Bengali medium school. So it was at the age of 13 to suddenly, talk in a language I didn't know anything about. So that wasn't very pleasant. The film was a great success.
Of course.
But Aparna became the heartthrob of Bengal. But in class, when JB would ask me questions and I would get everything wrong, and she said, what is wrong, Sharmila? Because your mother is so good, speaks English, your sisters speak English. Well, why can't you? I said, never mind, we won't go into that. You just teach me. And she would follow me everywhere.
Yeah.
If I was hiding in the library, and she wouldn't let me play hockey, but she would, I had to assist her. She spoke to me incessantly. And then towards the end of the class, I just caught up with Macbeth and 12th Night stuff, and I was okay. But what a difference a good teacher can make. Had she not taken me under her...
She didn't give up on you.
No, she didn't give up, and she chose me. I mean, I used to get very angry because she would ask me questions. How was your weekend? And I would say, wonderful. She said, no, I mean, what did you do? So she would make me speak, and I didn't have grammar, and I used to get very embarrassed. But, that's how.
So, but I still think you're underplaying your non-conformism. I could take you back to the oft-cited example of the bikini shot, the cover of Filmfare, the first woman.
It was my idea.
That I didn't know. Sharmila, hold your mic up. Hold your mic up.
Okay, all right.
So I think we have, there it is. The picture is up on the screen. That is Sharmila.
Yes.
So what is the story behind this, and why did it need you, if I remember this correctly, to send a telegram to your husband?
Because there was a huge backlash.
So start with the story. How did this cover happen?
I don't know. They wanted some photograph. This Dheeraj Chawla, I think his name was. But I said, why not bikini?
Since you'd already done the swimsuit scene in an evening in Paris.
Yeah. So, no, I hadn't, well, I don't know. I can't remember.
Forget the chronology.
But this was just, I can't put it on anybody else. So I did this. I thought it'll look nice, instead of doing it now. I thought I'll do it then when I had a... But the backlash was, my God, it was the bikini, atoll bikini, the kind that happened when the bomb was exploded.
Oh.
And what happened after that.
Yes, yes.
So it was exactly like that. There was
the bikini bomb.
Bikini bomb. And then I went to Shakti ji, quite crestfallen. I said, well, I'm not taking my... He said, everybody thought it was I planned it, to grab attention and to have an eye of commercial success. But I actually didn't do all that. It was just, but never mind that. So Shakti ji gave me a long lecture on how actresses should behave if they want to be taken seriously. No, I noted that. I noted that.
And then didn't change anything.
If you are dealing with your many people who have some kind of idea, and the timing also matters. And I was a very unknown entity. So I guess, you learn by mistakes. I mean, it happened. I'm not
But how do you look back
regretting
at
it.
that cover today? Like with a big smile? How do you look back at that image today?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I mean,
I think we're all more than okay with it.
Yeah.
And then you send a telegram to Tiger.
Yes, because the
what do you say in this
reaction
telegram?
was awful.
Where was he?
So he was in London playing cricket.
So then life turns full
Essex.
circle. Here we are.
Yeah. So he said, you must be looking nice.
Ah.
So that was very supportive. He's always been very, very supportive. Yes.
But you lived with him before you got married. Another non-conformist act for that time, certainly, even by certain measures today. And, the marriage, we have some beautiful, stunning pictures of your marriage, but you were living with him before that. How did that go for you?
It was more convenient. Yeah. Yes.
Did you
But
get backlash?
He went to CCI to have Shah. Because I was not a good housekeeper. So nothing worked at home. So he said, I'm going to CCI.
So he would go to the Cricket Club of India to have a shower?
To have whatever else he needed, comfort. But yes. But I was terrible housekeeper. My father would also say, if you want to go to Rinku's room, you have to take a clean towel. I was not as bad as that, but that was, father's. But but I learned. I'm a very good person with... house-proud person now.
Your son was here earlier, Saif, and he said, look, being the child of an interfaith marriage and also being in an interfaith marriage, diversity comes to us organically. We don't need to plan for it. We don't need to have a conversation about it. That said, when you chose, and I know you and I have spoken about this before, when you chose to marry Tiger Pataudi, at that time, among the many non-conformist things you did was to marry outside of your faith. And there were, I know you've told me this, that there were some threats that came, there was some pressure that came, and you
bullets shall speak.
Bullets shall speak. Yes. And what a love story it must have been, and is.
Yes, I mean, there were a lot, and actually we didn't feel it.
The threat, the pressure?
No, because I was working and Tiger was playing cricket, and my parents and Tiger's mother felt the pressure because there was lots being said. The media was not giving us more than 15 months or something, not even that.
They were forecasting that it would not last.
Forecasting it will be disaster. So, yes, and we got a lot of advice. Tiger got his share of advice from Raj Singh ji and others. I got share. Yash also said, Yash Chopra, and he said, these Nawabs are very doubtful people, so we have to be very careful. So yes, I mean, they were all very good friends of mine. They were very worried, It was not coming out of just, a casual remark, but they were very, very worried about me. But it all turned out well.
But this threat that came, that bullets will speak, I think it came anonymously on thing,
Yes,
right?
my parents felt that. So they organized our wedding at the Fort Williams, because they thought that it would be the safest place. But then there was some guest list for elsewhere or whatever. They found fault with the guest list. So last minute, they withdrew their, whatever they had given us. They allowed us, so they disallowed us. So then last minute, we had to get some ambassador's house and all that. So it was very last minute.
But none of it fazed you?
No, it was their problem. I mean, they had to organize it. We just got married and left.
How would you, I know a lifetime can't be encapsulated in a few words, but if you had to look for a few words, how would you describe your relationship with your husband? Was it tempestuous? Was it calm? Was it...
It was all of that. I mean, I was pretty tempestuous those days, but I learned from Tiger a lot. He was a very calm person. And he said, with dogs and with staff and with children, you mustn't raise your voice. And I still remember that advice. So, he didn't really scold me or disowned me or anything. But by being there, he taught me a lot of things. Patience and understanding. And a spoken word is a very vicious weapon. You can't take it back. So you have to be careful what you say to each other. You can be angry, you can disagree, but you can't say very hurtful things that we can't take back because you remember those things. And I think love these kind of unnecessary sort of fights about who wins and who is the leader and who does something more is unnecessary. But young people do. They waste a lot of time. But I think it should stop at one point and there should be real understanding so that one can go forward, Yeah.
He didn't watch your films?
No, he watched Meena Kumari's and Vaijayanti Mala's.
Did that make you jealous?
No. I mean...
Why didn't he watch your films?
Because I loved Meenaji anyway. I mean, once with Meenaji we were shooting outdoors, Mere Hamdam Mere Dost, with Dharam. And Meenaji was also there. And I went to her room and I was sort of moon-eyed and I was looking at her. So she said, "Aap pan khati hai?" I said, "Haan, ji haan, khati hu." "Aap kya zarda aur tamaku leti hai?" I said, "Ji haan, leti hu." Then she made me this pan, which I put in my mouth. And I hardly got out of I thought I will die, I will explode. But that sort of... with everybody, like she would come to this kind of a gathering with all of you, and she would flirt with everyone. Individually. Everybody felt that she was talking to me. So that's the kind of charm she had. And not because she was slim or by that time she had put on weight, but it was her voice and the ability to get through to people. So, there was something to learn from her that...
So when Tiger was watching all of these movies of Vaijayanti Mala and Meena Kumari and not yours, That didn't pinch even a bit?
No, I mean, may have a little bit. But what's the point if he didn't enjoy it? I mean, why
Did you watch cricket?
Yes, I did.
Did you enjoy it or did you?
I didn't know anything about it because I told Peter May, I mean, I usually start from the start from the high level.
Yeah.
And I said, you know, that late cut or sort of leg cut or something, which was wrong. It was late cut. So he kind of kicked me under the table. And then he said, you will not speak about cricket. It will be in our Nikanama. It will be one of the, you know. But since then, I've learned a little bit. I learned to be quiet also. I don't give gyan to cricketers, but I do know a little bit now.
Would you say that it's quite unusual for two such driven, talented people to not be totally immersed in each other's central spaces, but still have a beautiful love between them? I mean, today's generation would say, I don't have anything in common. He doesn't watch what I do. I'm barely into what he does. And then it would all just fizzle out. Or like, what was...
I don't think you have to make people
interested.
No, I mean, you don't have to follow the same thing. Like if I want to watch a film and he doesn't want to watch a film, if I like to eat fish and he hates fish, we don't have to make them, you know, imagine for 25 years somebody has grown up in some other atmosphere with a different influence, etc. And I'm growing up somewhere else. And then we meet and then there is a connection and you fall in love, as they say. And then you spend the rest of, you obviously fall in love because of certain qualities, and then you spend the rest of your time to change that person. I don't think there is any need for that. I really don't feel.
I know, but I'm just saying.
But you know, I remember when we got married, Tiger wanted the room to be frozen. And I was very cold. But now I can't sleep unless the room is frozen.
I mean, air conditioning temperatures are
So
like with snoring a good cause of divorce.
Snoring will be a good cause of divorce. That is really unacceptable. Separate rooms.
I want to ask you, how much has changed? By the way, Sharmila is, of course, still acting, still working. This is not a hang your boots moment at all. You were at Cannes recently. Gulmohar was beautiful. But with all the lived life experience that you have, and you look back at your time, I remember listening to another interview of yours where you said that it was so unequal for women on set that the men never came on time. And there was nothing you could do but wait around politely.
Absolutely.
Just hold your mic
Maybe
up.
not politely, maybe
impolitely.
Whatever, you curse them. But yes, I mean, we would be ready with our, you know, bouffant, those very famous
Your
bouffant.
famous bouffant,
my famous
yes.
bouffant. And everything on time at 9:30. And these guys walked in, sauntered in about 11. And Shatrughan Sinha would come, I don't know, whenever he wanted to. There was Raj Khosla was working with Amitabh Bachchan and Shatrughan Sinha. Amitabh Bachchan would come exactly on time. If it was 7:52, he will be there at 7. If it was 2 to 10, he'll be, you know, we had these shifts those days. He'll be there at 2. And Shatru would come at whatever time. And his car would be, Amitabh's car would be leaving, and Shatru's car would be both. So poor Raj Khosla lost all his hair.
But could the women on set say to the men, we've been waiting here, why aren't you on time? I know you had like this argument with Sanjeev Kumar all the time.
Yes.
And then almost stopped talking to him.
Yes, I didn't speak to him. But you know, you couldn't let me answer the first bit. There was no point talking to them. You know, poor things were just conditioned to be like that, you know. They needed other things, just except my telling them. So, but Hari Bhai I was very fond of. And, you know, that's my first days of shooting with Mausam, you know, the other character. I don't know how many people you've seen, but, you know, I played the sex worker. And I was very keyed up, very keyed up. 2 o'clock shift, he walks in at about 8 o'clock.
Wow.
8, a few minutes past 8. So I kind of screamed at him and said all kinds of things and went on for about an hour, and he just kept doing this and calmly, which film ka ticket leke aana to his secretary and all that. He was not at all bothered. So then Gulzar Saab said that, can we just take at least one shot?
Yeah.
So I said, we agreed. And there was no problem with him. He gave the shot. And I was doing retakes and retakes, one after the other.
Yeah.
So I realized there's no point being angry with this man. You're just unnecessarily affecting your own
Peace of
performance.
mind, yeah.
Then I went and saw Adhi. And he was so good.
Yeah.
I was not talking to him after that.
Yeah.
We were doing double shifts in
Yeah.
films, but I was not talking to him. Then I went to his room and knocked. I said, Hari Bhai, you're an awful person.
Hari
but-
Bhai is Sanjeev Kumar.
Sanjeev
Everybody should
Kumar.
know that, yes.
And I said, you are...
you said you're an awful person.
Yeah, you're a very despicable person, but you're a damn good actor. So let's just shake hands and make a good film. So, I mean, nobody could change him.
Yeah.
So I might as well accept him, right? Yeah.
In the telling of these stories, they're hilarious. But I'm sure at the time, there was something rather infuriating about all of it. Also insulting that men could get away with what women could not. If you look at the industry today, how is it different significantly? Even the way you're working. But many women say that as they get older, there aren't roles for them, there isn't work for them. Whereas the men are still romancing girls who are, young enough to be their daughters or even younger.
That's everywhere, really, in India.
Yeah.
In South India, elsewhere, that's the norm. But it's getting, in Hindi cinema, it's not so bad. Earlier, now, I don't know, I can't really answer that. Maybe it's a male-centric, although it's been proved when you go to the cinema, there are many women audience, But do you think that it's the men who are supporting film industry?
I don't know the answer
I
to
don't know.
this.
I've not really bothered about it so much because there's no point thinking about it, I think. But as an exercise, if you think about it, maybe it's male-centric, or they feel that the stars bringing the
money
audience. Yes.
I
So
don't
they
know.
feel a little privileged about that. But I think now it cannot be tolerated anymore. People who do will not get work. Now Salman Khan would do a contract that whatever time I come, I'll work for 10 hours. If I come at 12 noon, then I'll work for 10 hours. Then the producer knows whether he accepts or says no.
I know, but when
it's up
Deepika
to him.
asks for a similar contract, then it becomes a controversy.
Well, yeah.
So it's changing, but not fast enough.
But changing slowly.
Well, we'll hold on to what we can.
Yeah, because, that's what it is.
You told your daughter, Soha, who wrote about this, that you did not want her to marry an actor, which then, of course, she proceeded to do. Why did you not want her to marry an actor?
But they're so fond of themselves. They do.
So you're saying that stars can only love themselves?
Usually, yeah. I mean, there's not a single mirror they cross without looking at themselves and doing their hair.
But you do know that you're a movie star. Does this apply to you? I don't see a narcissist in you at all.
No, I think, I got tired of the mirror.
Well, the mirror didn't get tired of you. But seriously, you
Yeah.
obviously feel that there is something unreal about the trappings of this industry, that you didn't want your daughter to marry an actor.
If you don't take it very seriously, I think it's a wonderful profession where you can be somebody else, and it's very, what's the word, very
Heady.
good experience, not heady, like to be able to be somebody else, and not yourself, and experiment, have that feeling. So I think that is a wonderful experience, for that start sound to cut. You are somebody else, good, bad, indifferent, and no matter how badly you do or well you do, but you're not thinking, so you can become quite magnanimous, you know. Like suppose you and I have a disagreement, but after working and good work, I'll say, well, it really doesn't matter, Barkha, you know, we can. So I think it brings out that kind of, I mean, for me, work is very, you know, it's a therapy that cleanses me, I feel.
Yeah.
You know, then I don't want to continue with, you know.
But how have you kept yourself insulated from that sort of heady but sometimes corrosive sort of fame? And what is the most normal thing that you've done since you got here?
No, I mean, the two questions.
Yeah.
I felt, because all my friends were outside of film industry.
Really?
Yeah. So I didn't, you know, Tiger went to Bombay Gym and he played snooker and, you know, there was people at the bar. So I would go there and we would chat about other things, you know. So I was not a film star at home. And so all my friends, even now, are more or less outside of film industry. But now the film industry started changing a little bit. So I think that's...
But your entire family, not with the exception of Saba, who's here, who's not in the movies. Saba, can we have you up on stage for just 2 minutes? Let's please welcome her. Yeah. Oh, sorry, there was a step there, but please. And could I have an extra mic on stage?
Can I put this behind you?
Could I have an extra mic? Yeah. Could you give her one, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to ask you before I come to Saba. Your entire family is in the movies. And it is indeed a rather modern, rambunctious, lively family. And with, I think, Saba's exception, they're all in the movies. So clearly your whole sort of apprehension about narcissism came to naught. You know, how do you look at that? And how do you sort of, I mean, you're the matriarch of this amazing, vibrant
It's
family.
a wonderful profession, you know.
Yeah.
It is ability to express yourself, like I said. You become somebody else, you become more magnanimous, and reaching out to so many people. So it's wonderful, I mean, to be able to play Mausam, Amar Prem, and it sort of lives on in people's, because it's a three-dimensional or four-dimensional. You know, art is like you just paint, you otherwise you play music, but here there is music, there is art.
And yet you didn't want Soha to marry an actor.
I just, like I said, they're
narcissism
involved with themselves, and then you are working, they are working, but
it's tough.
It's adjustment, I guess.
So we want to hear from you. One, how you were the only one who didn't join the movies, and then tell us something about your mother that nobody knows.
Second might be a little tough.
Hold the mic up. Yeah.
I think that I'm very proud of all of them. It takes a lot of, there's a lot of talent and aptitude and so much energy that sometimes when I see them, I'm like, I don't think I could have done it, honestly, Barkha. And I'm very camera shy, to be very honest.
I know, I'm sorry, I just sprung this on you. My apologies.
But no, I'm very proud to be sitting next to Amma and with you today, so thank you.
Thank you.
But I look at them and I'm really proud of, you know, all of them. And Amma is incredible. Bhai's done such good work. And Soha's also got, you know, a lot of good work behind her. And Kunal, Kareena. And I see how they enjoy it. You know, it's not just work for them. It is, like Amma said, it's therapeutic for them. For me, art would be the same. Or spirituality, you know. So I think each to their own. And it wasn't a calling for me. But I'm a film buff. So I was the one, if Amma will tell you, that since childhood would watch all the films and sit in front of this TV while my siblings were studying abroad.
Really? That's so ironic.
They would tease me.
You also went abroad. And
I went abroad later, but in the sense they tease me by saying that, you know, she likes the Hindi film and she likes her dal chawal and, you know, things like that. But look at the irony.
Which is your favorite Sharmila Tagore film?
Chupke Chupke, till date. I love that film. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's
and you can like laugh.
Mike, Yeah, sorry, you wanted to say
No, I
something?
was just saying that, even if you're anxious and whatever, but the moment you see chupke, everything is forgotten.
So now we want to hear something about her that she wouldn't tell us herself.
I think she's mashallah like...
You have to live with me.
Absolutely. No, but I think now Amma has been so candid about her life that she doesn't really hold anything back. So there's
To
no
have a
secrets
mother who's so
from,
non-conformist, how
right.
has that shaped the kids? How has that shaped Saif, Soha and you?
No, we've been very blessed by having both our parents being so supportive with anything we did, encouraging us and giving us a lot of freedom. And at the same time, there were rules. So it wasn't freedom
Who were you
without...
most scared of?
Amma for sure. 100%. But it was very... I mean, she was always there for us as well.
Yeah.
I mean, scared, but, egging us on or like helping us. Sorry if, if I said that.
So tell us
incorrectly.
something about a secret of Sharmila.
Secret, I don't think I have any that I can think of right now. But I would say that she's just been very encouraging. And what I love about her is that she encompassed both, like when she got married to Abba, just, how should I say it? But, the religion or anything was taught by Amma. Something that I think she gave us the grounding. She taught us the way forward. We never had to choose who we wanted to be, whether it was, follow any religion or anything. She just gave us the freedom to learn on our own. So there was a lot of... she was just a very good, friend and mother combined in a way that not becoming too friendly, as she would have said in an interview earlier, like, mother doesn't want to be a friend. But yet she was. We could approach her with anything we needed to or talk to her about anything. We didn't hide anything from her. So there's nothing that, we couldn't go to her with.
And
So
that whole sort of notion of faith and religion was an easy conversation, a natural conversation, and not complicated like people would make it out to be today.
No.
So I want to ask you, if a 20-year-old Sharmila Tagore was to walk down those steps just now, let's just visualize that for one moment, and meet this Sharmila, what would she say to her?
I don't know. She would...
Have you changed?
Yes.
How?
Yes. Well, I used to be very short-tempered.
One can't imagine looking at you.
And I was used to be a little, very short. And Tiger told me that with the children, dogs, and something else.
The help.
Yeah, staff.
The staff, yeah.
You must never raise your voice.
Mike, please.
Never raise your voice. So, and I remembered that. So he had a lot of influence on me, Tiger. And I learned a lot. He was my mentor in many ways. How to behave and how to...
what do you mean, how to behave?
No, but how to conduct yourself in public and not... I learned. Otherwise, I was kind of very...
rough around the edges?
Impetuous and short-tempered, very short-tempered, especially when I was hungry.
Which I hope is not the case now. No. So let's come to the end. What would one thing that you want your daughters and your son to carry with them that also applies to all of the young men and women listening to this, about dreams, about living your full life, about not getting trapped in being good women, well-behaved girls, something you've learned in your own life, given to your children that you'd want everybody listening to this to have?
Barkha, I won't do that because I don't like giving
prescriptive advice.
Prescriptive advice, because all of them are grown up of a certain age, and if they haven't learned it by now, I doubt it if they will. But they are good people, so we can have conversation.
Yeah.
And they listen to me, they respect me, and respect Tiger a lot, and family, they're family-minded. So I don't see, but if I feel that there is something the matter, I can always talk to them in a different way. I mean, because like I said, now they're adults, I can't, but I have to put it in a way that they understand. But I will not keep quiet and say, well, this is okay. Like say a very old friend of mine and they go to the same city and they don't see her, I would be hurt.
Miffed, yeah.
I would be, I would feel that you've known them when they were you were small and, had a good relationship. Like, why can't you make the effort? Because she's not going to be with us.
So you're
for
proper.
Very long. At an emotional level, I feel the more people you know, the more people you are in contact with, the more friends you have, you're richer.
Of course.
Having people around you is very good. I mean, books are also lovely and everything else is also, money is very good, but not the way people can help you. Your friends can. Lovely to say I've known somebody for 50 years or, you know, it's a good feeling.
So just before we close, 10 years from now, where will Sharmila be?
From now?
What do you want to be doing 10 years from now? No. No. What would you want to be doing?
After 10 years, I would want to be like this. I mean, meeting people and being, able to read books.
Yeah.
Because already my eyes are a bit dry and it's a problem. But I love reading. I mean, continue the way I am at the moment.
Well, don't change a single thing about you is all we can say.
Thank you.
No, really. You want to say something, Sabah? Yeah?
Can I add and say that, Amma keeps threatening to retire.
Yeah.
But mashallah, she comes up with another great performance every time she says it.
Absolutely.
So it was...
No retiring.
I did a Bengali film, no?
More than a Bengali film.
Absolutely.
I loved Puraton, by the way, because I felt it was very easy to work. Yeah.
No, so I would love, I don't see Amma not doing what she loves to do most, which is being, part of the film industry and with all of us.
Notwithstanding her skepticism about marrying actors. Sharmila, I mean it. Do not change a single thing about you. But as we close, I want to welcome on the stage now, Sharmila, if I may ask you to just stand for just a moment, are a very extraordinary woman, and they actually do have something in common, which you're going to discover in just a moment. I want to welcome on stage one of the world's leading economists to present Sharmila Tagore with the Global Changemaker Award. Please put your hands together for the extraordinary Gita Gopinath. Thank you and welcome. And can I ask you to take your mics for just a moment? So if I remember this correctly, you were born in Kolkata?
That's correct.
And so I just thought we were talking so much about Satyajit Ray, and I know you weren't born in Kolkata, but there is that link.
Of course, I'm,
Gita, before
entire
I ask
family was in Kolkata, and even now have so many friends in Kolkata. And it is my...
Gita, may I ask you to just come here, please? Yes. And may I ask you if there's something you'd like to ask her or say to her?
By the way, you had brilliant questions, so you asked them
all.
Ask
them all.
Even the funny ones. Yeah. I guess, do you have any regrets in life?
I don't think so. By now, even if I had, I've sorted it out.
Good for you. Please.
Like you want to say sorry to somebody, like you feel you've hurt somebody and you've moved away, and you pick up the phone and sort that out.
Yeah.
So I've done those things.
You think that's helpful? You think it's therapeutic to just call up people you...
I think it helps me. Okay. So that I just feel that, I've ticked all the boxes.
May I ask you to present Sharmila Tagore? This is too small a phrase to capture Sharmila's life, but it is our honor to present you with the Global Changemaker Award. Let's have a big round of applause for the amazing Sharmila Tagore.
You are very, very kind to say
Yes. And it's like, I'm sure you have a lot of followers, and people should indeed follow and learn from you.
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you. These are the moments that make our festival what they are. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. अच्छा एक मिनट मैम अभी थोड़ा सा उनको उतरने दे फिर बोलिएगा नहीं तो वो यहीं पे मैम का
Bye.
Yes. Come, Gita. Okay. All right. Could we please put our hands together for the amazing Professor Gita Gopinath? So thank you for being here. And there's so much to ask you about. But before we sort of ask you all the important questions about the economy, war, the impact on, I don't know, global trade, what's happening back home in India, let's talk about you. One of the things you did recently is that there was this big meeting between Donald Trump and Xi Jinping. And there was a photograph of that meeting, and they were just men in the room. And you posted that photograph on your social media account, and you said this is, you basically said, this is the end of merit, and the photo's up, I think, on our screens. And you called out the absence of any women in that room. And that was such a powerful statement that you made. How often have you been in rooms like that where it's tough to be heard? I know not in your position at the IMF, but maybe even then. And where the room is still an all-male sort of club.
Firstly, thank you so much, Barkha, for having me on this stage. I have to say, looking at the list of people you've had, the other people you're honoring, I'm not sure I should be here.
Not at all. You're amazing.
Thank you for putting me among them. So, when I put that post up, the reason I did is because for me, when I see a room like that and I see there aren't women there, it's not the point that, okay, we need women because we want a diversity of opinion.
Yeah.
Very often the woman is the better person for the job. And so when I looked at that room and I said, how on earth, expletives aside, we are in 2026 and you have a room with 40 people. It was not like 5 people or 6 people. 40 people, the 2 largest, biggest economies of the world, half of them are women who are contributing to that economy. And somehow you end up with not one single woman at the table. So that struck me as just that's why I put it out as a painting of the end of meritocracy. Right? So, and I've done that all the time, because every time people ask me, isn't it good to have women in the room because women care more about poverty, they care more about inequality, they care more about gender issues. And I always say this. I say, no, I'm the better macroeconomist, which is why I should be in the room.
Well said. I think you told me once, a few years ago, that you were the chief economist at the IMF, and you went for a conference somewhere, and you were going to meet your counterpart, and somebody who is the central bank governor or deputy governor of that country comes and sits at the table and says to you, without knowing that you are the chief economist, you're in the wrong chair. Do you remember that story?
Yes, I do. I remember that story very well. It's, so I was chief economist, you're right, and we shall not name the country.
Yes, okay. I mean, you may as well. Now you can name. Now you're not at the IMF.
No.
Okay.
And so I was there, and the way protocol works is that you sit, whoever's the head of delegation sits opposite the other, whoever's the head of the organization. And so the head of the central bank had not shown up yet, and I was the head of the delegation from the IMF, so I sat opposite that empty chair. And there was actually a woman who was to that chair's right. And she looked at me and she said, I think you're in the wrong chair.
So it was a woman who said that?
A woman who said that to me. She said, I think you're in the wrong chair. Because there was a colleague of mine, a guy, who was to my left. And she looked at him and she said, I think he should be where you are.
Wow.
So obviously, I took great delight in my poor colleague squirming because he was just he didn't know what to do. And so I just looked at him and he just said, no, she's where she should be. And so I looked at the other woman and I said, well, I'm the chief economist of the IMF. I hope that's okay with you. and then the best part is that at that moment, the central bank governor shows up and takes a seat and sits down and looks at me and says, I'm so great to meet you because we have a phenomenal female empowerment going on at the central bank.
But we can guffaw and chuckle about it now, but it's actually not funny, right? When it happens, it's not funny. How much of a battle has it been for you to be just given the same space without it either being patronizing or condescending? Like you said, it's not about anything else. It's about being the better macroeconomist. But that, oftentimes we have to work twice as hard to get to the same place and then are judged 4 times as harshly once we're there. How has it been for you?
No, by the way, that's absolutely true. And since I come from a research background, every time I experience something, I want to go and look at the literature and say, is this something anecdotal? Is it just me?
Yeah.
Or is that actually something you find more widely? And what you said is right, which is that there is very good scientific evidence that when women make a mistake, you know, you don't get second chances. It's much harder. And they did this for female doctors. So if you look at female doctors versus male doctors, if something goes wrong in the female doctor's advice or something like that, she loses patients. While male doctors don't lose. That doesn't happen. They get many more chances. So despite everything that's changed, my advice to all the women is that please, you are going to prepare extra hard because you are not going to get too many chances to mess up. I mean, you have very few options to mess up. So, you know, work extremely hard in being prepared. And that's what I do. I'm always like, I want to be the person who has read every piece of material better than the other person has had, and I show up. The second thing is, I guess, like, you know, like Sharmila ji mentioned that she's short-tempered. I also do not suffer fools.
Yes.
Right?
Join the gang.
I do, yeah, it is, again, I'm not going to name, but this was an important, very, very, very high-level meeting where somebody who was, you know, in terms of their rank in their organization was senior to me, kept interrupting every time I spoke. And at some point, I just threw my arms up and I said, why don't you just tell me to shut up? Because you're pretending, you're interrupting me every time. You know, you're basically asking me to shut up. So just be clear. That's what you want me to do. And after that, the guy, every time the guy started the meeting, he would always come to me and say, maybe Gita has something to say first.
Well done. But also when we don't suffer fools and we call out incompetence, it is classified as you're too emotional, you're too hysterical, you're too impatient. It's a leadership deficiency for women to not suffer incompetence. Do you find that?
It is true, yes. I think, but you know what, Barkha, what's definitely helped, and what's true for us now, is that there are more women who are in senior positions, and that makes a big difference, because at this moment where I literally said, do you want me to shut up? The 2 senior women over there who both jumped in and said, yes, you've been interrupting her way too much.
Oh, they did say that?
They did. They did. And I don't think we should discount the importance of having women in senior leadership positions, precisely because it is their job to kind of recognize when something is flawed.
I want to talk a little bit about growing up in India. I know you contest your father's report card memory of you, where he said you got 47% in grade 7.
Very precise.
Yeah, 47% in grade 7. And, you know, said, aur padho, study harder. You don't remember this the same way. But did you have, you know, were your parents strict? Were they the quintessential Indian parents who were, you know, wanted everything for you, but pushed you to work hard, study hard, do well in exams, do everything, pack everything into a 24-hour day? How was it?
Oh, yes. I mean, I grew up with some very good Indian parenting reverse psychology happening, right?
Like?
Which is my parents would always tell me, you know, it's because we think you have the intelligence that we think you really should aspire for more, right? Like, it's basically saying that, you know, if somehow we thought you were not smart enough, we wouldn't push you this hard. But it's kind of like, you know, you're smart enough, so please push yourself. So I was like, okay, they think I'm smart, that's good, but clearly, you know, I'm not pushing hard enough. So there was all of that. There was plenty of that reverse psychology going on. My father was, but I hope he's not watching this. But my
I hope he is.
I hope he is, I guess. No, my father, when he came to his own, his relationship with my mother in terms of their relationship, it was very clear. He was the man of the house and so on. But obviously, when it came to his daughters, it was a whole other thing.
Yes.
Right? And so it was very important to him that his daughters are independent and the sky's the limit. You should go, you should aim for everything. You should push yourself. And I mean, I honestly think that he would have been disappointed if all I did was got married and had children and sat at home. I mean, he's kind of extreme in that sense,
Yeah.
right? So he had huge amounts of ambition.
So he was a conventional husband, but not a conventional father?
Yes.
How do you explain that?
I think that's kind of common too, huh?
Yeah, it is actually. It is. But tell me, when you became like this sort of big person at the IMF, rubbing shoulders with some of the most powerful leaders in the world, how did your parents react? I mean, you grew up middle class in India, you went to you were a brilliant student, went to Lady Shri Ram College, Delhi School of Economics, and then all the rest of it. But like, were they impressed? Did they change how they were with you, or were they still the same parents taking you off over small things?
So initially, obviously, they were impressed with a few things. Then afterwards, they got bored, I guess. There was too much of it coming out. And, if I called my mother, she would say, your hair looked like kind of a mess in that picture. So she wasn't really paying that much attention. I think
it all normalizes at home.
It gets normalized after some point in time, which is a good thing, huh?
Yeah, of course it's a good thing, because you want spaces where you're just treated like yourself and not necessarily your public persona. But speaking of world leaders, is there somebody who's left, like you've met pretty much everybody in the world, is there somebody who's left a deep and lasting impression on you particularly? I mean, I know you wouldn't have been able to answer this if you were still at the IMF, but I'm assuming you can now speak a little more freely.
Yeah. So, if I think of people who I would say, without a doubt, I like a lot, I mean, that would be Mahatma Gandhi, yeah?
Yeah, but you didn't meet him.
I didn't meet him. I did not meet Mahatma Gandhi among all the presidents and heads of state and the people that I met. But what I did meet was very interesting leaders, and I would say in the interesting word, for example, President Milei of Argentina was quite unique because he was the only president who I spent 2 hours with, having a one-on-one conversation, and he's an economist, so he started writing equations on a piece of paper, and we were staring at it, and so that was fun. That's rare. But he's somebody who, had a hell of a lot of belief in what he was doing. And, sometimes you need that.
Yeah.
And you do need that. You need a vision, you need a strategy. Everything doesn't go well all the time, but he was so sure in his head about what is it that he needed to accomplish.
And how did you react to that?
No, it was great. I mean, I enjoyed having that conversation.
The powwow?
Yes. No, that was great. We don't agree on everything in terms of how economies work, but he was thoughtful.
You've called yourself a workaholic, and I want to ask you how you react to this entire debate around women having it all. We've spoken about this before. It's Indra Nooyi's great phrase. And I actually found the story she tells a really sad story. And for those of you who don't know, Indra Nooyi tells the story of how she came back and she got this news that she was going to lead PepsiCo. And she came and she told her mother, and her mother said, "That's okay, but you forgot to bring the milk home today." And she told the story as if to say, not what we were saying, that you're normal at home, but that she still had to do that female prescribed role at home. And then she said, women can't have it all. And my point is, I don't know, A, what having it all means, B, nobody can have it all. But there is this pressure on women to be everything to everybody, to be the mother, to be the homemaker, to be the parent, to be the person who attends the PTA meetings, to be the person who makes sure that the laundry is done, the linen is clean, and to also be the brilliant macroeconomist, and to also, make history at the IMF. Why should anybody do it all to start with, man or woman? And how do you look at this debate about women having it all?
Yeah, and then people wonder why we have a fertility problem.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
With all the pressure you put on women.
Exactly.
So my philosophy, and maybe I've been, anyway.
Say it.
My philosophy is that I think you define for yourself what it is to have it all.
Yeah.
Nobody defines that for you.
Yeah.
Right? So you're right, I am a workaholic. When it comes to my work front, everything has to be A+++. I'm not sure I can say the same thing about me at the home front, right? And I'm okay if I'm getting a B+, that's fine. I'm just so lucky that I'm married to this wonderful husband of mine, Iqbal, who actually gets an A++ for his
He's
work
here.
at home.
He's here.
He's here. Yes.
May we please have him on stage? He's going to kill me. Iqbal, where are you hiding? Please, please, please. Once Iqbal is up, I want to tell you a little story about Iqbal. I was going to do this later, but we segued nicely into it. Thank you.
Well,
thank you. Thank you. Please. Hey. Here's a mic for you.
Okay.
So I don't know how many of you will come to the A+ and the B+ and whether Gita is being tough on herself, but I don't know how many of you know that Iqbal was a UPSC topper, was in the IAS, and gave it all up for the love of Gita, and went to the United States of America. That is not too much. It is true. Or if it's not true, Iqbal is going to tell me otherwise. Tell us your story. You were in the IAS, and now, of course, you're at MIT. It's not that you gave up work. It's not that you gave up your passions. But you did make a shift because Gita had made a choice in her career. And the reason it's important to tell this story is very often, you know, I met somebody the other day who's in her 70s, and she said, I moved with my husband all around the world, and I was so talented, and I was so brilliant, and I also went to an IIM, but I just, you know, got married to someone it was understood that his was the career, and I was going to follow him around, and that's what most women still do. They move with their husbands. And so I just think, we'll get to the A+ and the B+, but I just think it's important to also celebrate men like you who made a shift. Absolutely. Can we please have a round of applause for Iqbal? I know I'm embarrassing you. I'm sorry.
No, that's totally fine. I think the first thing I want to say is to be in the company of two brilliant women like you. I feel a bit of the imposter syndrome here.
Thank you.
I generally don't, but today I do. So I think actually, if I look back, this was many, many years ago. You know, like, I always wanted to be in the IAS. You know, like growing up, my father always wanted me to be an engineer, my sister to be a doctor. My sister became a doctor. I failed, could not get into the IITs, went to Delhi School of Economics. By the way, failing the IITs was the best thing ever because I met Gita in economics. I would not have done that otherwise. But anyway, you know, Gita goes for her PhD after a master's.
You're both at D School, at Delhi School.
Exactly. That's where we met. We were both classmates. She always wanted to be an economist, so she decides to come to the US and do her PhD. I always wanted to be in the IS, so I start writing the IS exam. And so it was tough, but you know, like 6 years later, for 6 years we worked.
No, hang on. You're skipping your own journey. You topped the exam. You joined the Tamil Nadu cadre.
That's right, sorry.
Yes, you're skipping your own story.
I thought that was the boring part. I was getting to the interesting part. Okay. But anyway, so I joined the IS, absolutely loved it. I was in the field, you know, implementing development programs, which is the dream for any development economist, which I was. So I was in the field working for a few years. And then we'd been married for a few years. It was quite tough. This is in the 1990s, you know, like one STD call or ISD call, you had to go to a booth. It used to cost 100 rupees for a three-minute call. My entire salary in the IS at that time was about 7,000 rupees. Yeah. So you can do the division, not the multiplication, to see how much that takes you. So it was becoming tough. So I had always wanted to do, in the IS, they let you come for study leave. So Gita said, you know, I have 1 year left of my PhD at Princeton. You say you want to do a study leave in the US, why don't you come now? So luckily I was able to get study leave, got into a few schools, and Princeton was one of those. So I came for my master's, and then as fate would have it, my MPA program was 2 years. Gita's was only had 1 year left. Yeah. So she wraps up her PhD and gets into University of Chicago, which for an economist is kind of the Mecca. And then, you know, like, again, this is the 1990s, and Gita starts appearing for interviews for McKinsey and others to go to McKinsey Bombay. Yeah. And it felt like such a cop-out that, you know, here's somebody who's so brilliant and could achieve just about everything in life is going to come back to McKinsey Bombay. No offense to McKinsey. Absolutely no offense to McKinsey, BCG. I actually worked in consulting afterwards in the US, so I'm saying it as a consultant. Yeah. And so I said, look, my dream was to always be in the IS. Yeah. To some extent, I lived that dream already. Her dream is to be in this thing. So let's see where the second dream takes us. And look, how right was I?
Yeah. You were, but let's And that really does deserve a giant applause because it's such a stereotype buster right there, what you did. Yeah.
But can I say, I really am very grateful to your applause, but it has never felt like a sacrifice. So that's why I'm a little surprised why you're talking about it, because it just felt so natural.
Because it's not the norm for many women.
Okay.
You'd agree with that it's not the norm, that mostly it's the other way around. I mean, would you agree with that?
Absolutely, without a doubt, even now, absolutely.
And so how did you assess her report card for herself at home? She said, I'm an A++ at work.
You have to be honest.
Yeah, you have to be honest. And I'm a B-. And actually, there's a fair question there, because I think that there is a type A personality, and there is work at the center of that life or passion of some kind. And there is sometimes a problem in the lives of people like us in having someone understand that. So has it been tough? And which is not to say that you're not a type A person, not a workaholic. Maybe you have the same struggles. Does it get tough? And do you agree with her report card?
Again, I don't know. Maybe I'm now much older and hopefully wiser. So I think if I have to say this, I think she gets a C-, a D- in many, many things.
Like? Which ones? And please kindly name one.
Loading the dishwasher. But then, if I look at the things that are really, really important, which is being the absolute wonderful mother she is to our son, to being my moral compass, to being the person who, when I'm angry, she's soothing me down. So if all of that is in the house category, then I think what is true is that she's a total D- in laundry loading, remembering to, put the stuff where it needs to be put. Like, I'm always going, you left your clothes here and this thing is here. But at the end of the day, is that what,
matters?
Yeah. And this is what Sharmila said, right, earlier, that you realize that aap kis cheez pe chick kar rahe ho, right? And, I had a boss in the IS who always used to tell me, whenever we would get flustered, there were riots that were happening, some certificates would get, some files would get misplaced. And he always used to tell me, he said, Iqbal, may your troubles be small ones.
Yeah.
Right? And I just feel that, if all my arguments with Gita is that you didn't, load the glass properly and the spoon properly, but on fundamental things about, my son and us, we are in such complete harmony, then who the hell cares?
But you miss the IAS? I'm so sorry, I'm being an app, but it's a lovely story, but I still have to ask you to sometimes say, oh my God, Gita, you didn't load the dishwasher properly. I wish I'd never left the IAS. Does it become like one of those moments?
Yes. The truthful answer is yes. It's something like if you were always dreamed of, if you've always strived for. And I had a blast of a time in the IS. I also, in all humility, think I am very good at management. I'm very good at crisis development. Literally my first day, I land up in Tamil Nadu. I'm a Sikh from Punjab, and I'm allotted to Tamil Nadu cadre, and I land up there, don't know the language. The first day, the collector said, there's a riot happening between two communities, go sort it out. And that gave you such a thrill. There were bonded laborers who were to be released. Yeah. We released the bonded laborers. When I think about some of the highlights of my life, many of them come from the IS. It's such an incredible opportunity to do well in the field. But at the same time, I think things worked out fine, and Gita was always, when she said that, she was striving for Ray, she does that with my son, but she also did that with me. She's like, go follow your dreams and everything will be fine. Yeah. And so I worked in consulting for a few years, but then I was very fortunate to move to MIT, where this tiny little lab called the Poverty Action Lab was being set up at that time. And I think I will help. I think I was able to take it to a bigger level.
And that's why I think it's an important story to tell. Before I come to serious global issues, what's the report card you're giving him? I mean, he's given you a D- in laundry and dishwashing, which we can live with, but pretty much an A+ in everything else. What's your scorecard for him?
No, it's too bad. He's an A+ on everything, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Though I have to remind him that there is the reason why there is no Olympics of dishwasher stacking, because his definition of good dishwasher stacking is I have no idea what that is. So,
okay, this is lovely, but I have to ask you questions that are on the minds of everybody right now, which is what sort of, given the volatility of the world we're in, given the war that we hope is going to come to an end, before that the Russia-Ukraine war, Trump's had a tariff war with India, what are we looking at? How uncertain is the economy looking?
I think what everybody has to keep in mind is that there are, I think two major drivers of the world right now. Yeah. One is technology, and that's AI and everything else. And then the second is geopolitics.
Yeah.
And so all the shocks and shifts that we're seeing over the last 12 months and 24 months is some combination of the two. So we just had the Iran conflict. AI is moving markets in ways we haven't seen before. So there's a very high level of uncertainty, there's very high levels of volatility, and depending upon how each country is affected by the AI cycle, is affected by the geopolitical cycle, you're seeing very different outcomes everywhere. So the average for the world doesn't look bad at all, huh?
Really?
Yes. So the US,
explain that. How does that work?
So in the case of the US, for instance, because of the AI boom and the investment that we're seeing there, growth is doing well. Labor markets are still strong. The tariffs did not help, but AI offset the negative effects of that tariff, right? Similarly, if you take a country like Korea, on the one hand, Korea was very badly harmed by the Iran conflict because they rely on a lot of imports from that region. All else equal, they should have really suffered from it, but they've been booming because of their chip industry. And that's because it's an input into the AI, mega cycle that we are in right now. I mean, India is, in a sense, on both counts got negatively affected because of its reliance on the Middle East for its oil, and it's still not an important, a big player in the AI cycle. So, you've seen variations across countries in the world.
But that's reassuring. But again, I'm going to ask like layperson, maybe not very smart questions here. But AI could take jobs, even if the war is in a prolonged ceasefire, till there is easy movement through the Strait of Hormuz that actually impacts prices of oil. It impacts us in India, for example, even on food and fertilizers. Why do you think it averages out not so bad for the world?
Because of the positive trends that are happening at the same time. And I don't think you can underestimate how much AI is doing to the world economy.
Yes, in a good or bad way?
Right now, in terms of growth, it's a big driver. But it's also now becoming an important part of the inflation story because of the cost of chips going up, because of that Apple phone prices are going up. And so it is a critical part of what we're seeing in terms of global growth, and it's so strong. Which also then means that if for some reason, and there's lots of reasons to think that you could think of an AI bust, if that were to happen, that would pull down a lot more the global growth.
So in the end, what would be the one thing that you'd be looking at very closely in the next, 3 months? Given the fact that, every time we think the Iran war is going to come to an end, something happens. Even today, Trump has just posted, that there's been something that's happened again. So my question is, what would concern you? What would make this a critical time? Because right now, you're not sounding so pessimistic.
Yeah, no, I think what's true is we live in tremendous uncertainty. You have no idea how the war is going to, if it's going to restart, what might happen. Yeah. It's far from certain. The part of there's something about an AI, of course, I think there's still a huge question mark in terms of how can all these companies who are making the immense amount of dollar investment that they're doing recover those levels of investment. It's not clear even now, right? I mean, the projections are very, very large for what's going to happen to profits in these companies. So we could have a correction in the markets, stock markets from that. I think the one kind of shock that we have not seen in recent history, we've seen a whole bunch of shocks of different kinds. The one we haven't seen is, what if US government debt is not safe anymore, right? Without a doubt, it's always been the safe asset of the world. It's always been the asset that, when things are going bad, its price goes up. That's how it's always behaved. But we are in an environment where debt to GDP in the US, federal debt to GDP is 100%. It's very high. Debt everywhere in the world is very high. And so what might happen in debt markets, I think, is a big question mark. And that's what I frankly think that I worry about among the many shocks.
Well, we shall watch this space. Thank you, Geeta. Thank you, Iqbal. I'm just going to request both of you to just get up as we want to present Geeta with our honor of the Global Changemaker Award. Mr. Agarwal, if you have a question, meanwhile, just before we get Geeta off stage, I can get you this mic.
So, very honored to see you. I've been watching you last 10, 12 years. You haven't changed. You're getting better, beautiful, very nice. All the best to and smarter, and you have a name, you have your own position in the world, and you have amazing how you speak. For me, also, as you said, the important thing is chip making, AI. For me, important is, especially for the large country like India, 1.5 billion people, we are import-based country. Anything below the ground, we have done very well above the ground. We had all together from the independence. We used to import our grain. We become independent, we become surplus. Below the ground, we are still dependent on the world. Somehow whether it's oil and gas, whether it's a gold, whether it's a silver, anything copper, anything you talk about, we are huge deficit. And that will take away half of our money for the import. And I'm a geologist. I can see, as you are economist by practice, I can see there is an amazing wealth below the ground. Some point of time, you economist has to talk about. I leave it here.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to, if we can have the award on stage, and I want to welcome an incredible woman to present this award. If you have some time in London, I would recommend highly that you eat at her restaurant. Yes. May I please welcome the passionate, fiercely intense celebrity chef who runs London's first all-women kitchen, Asma Khan. Let's have a big round of applause for Asma. And Asma, could I get you in the middle to do the honors with Geeta? And Iqbal, you don't have to like hang around tentatively in the wings. You can be part of this moment as well. To the incredible Gita Gopinath, let's give it up. Thank you so much. All right, if you'd all just like to settle down, you're going to hear the absolutely fabulous Asma, and after that, Shefali Shah coming up. At this point, apart from, of course, Asma, please sit. Yes. Apart from thanking, of course, Vedanta and Mr. Agarwal, I would also like to thank the State Bank of India, Shakuntala Sanyal, for supporting us, and Manish Tiwari, founder director of Here and Now 365. So thank you to all of you, and requesting the audience to quickly take their seats as we get started with this fantastic, I know it's going to be a fantastic conversation. Guys, can I request you to quickly just take your seats and we can start. Asma, it is so good to see you. I know at most times you're traveling the world. We tried to have you here last year and we missed you. I want to start with how you're feeling today about the world, because you have suffered and fought a lot to get to this point. You have got to a point where, by the way, King Charles and Camilla have been at the Darjeeling Express, and that is what Asma's power today is about, and her influence. But I don't know how many of you know that she actually trained to be a lawyer and then came into her own. And I want you to start at the very beginning.
I feel India, and I think this is absolutely true for South Asia, food is a very, very powerful force that we have. But we dismiss it and use it because we become consumers. We take the food, and keeping religion out of it, when we see a plate of food in front of us, we don't say grace or we're grateful for the fact that we're eating, because enough people are not eating in the world. We take a picture. If it's a nice picture, we'll post it on Instagram, show it off to all our friends. But for me, food is deeply sacred. I'm Indian. And for us, birth, death, marriages, everything has to do with food. We do niyaz after Milad. There is prasad in all the temples. This idea that you start off anything auspicious with feeding someone who may not have the ability to eat that. It is so deep in our DNA. But sadly, what is happening now is that, like a lot of other things, a country like India has quickly assimilated the Western pattern of consumption. And I remember this. I grew up in Calcutta. And in the 70s and 80s, you would take me to a bazaar and not tell me what season it is. I could see this is Hemsagar. This is the red carrots. It is winter. It is deep winter, early winter. We lost that. And the first time I came to this country, 35 years ago, I've lived in England, obviously longer than I have lived in India. We had season, where you got asparagus and you got strawberries. I was horrified. I went to, I will not name which place. I went in Delhi to a restaurant to have breakfast. They offered me avocado and toast. And I wanted to cry because, yes, globalization is great, but globalization of cuisine is not great. Because we are aping the West, and next we will be wasting food. And in a country where people die of hunger, and there is hunger in this country too, it is unacceptable. This desire to consume, the desire where you will spend a lot of money to have a 1-inch food on a 10-inch plate with puff and poof and something else, and a little bit of some edible,
and truffle and everything.
Truffle and everything, and gold leaf. If I wanted to eat this kind of, little ghas poos, I'd go to the field and graze. I am not going to go and pay a lot of money. We've kind of lost the plot. And I am absolutely unafraid to link politics to food.
But can I ask you something? You spoke about the avo toast that was offered to you in India. But even Indian restaurants that one goes to when one is outside India, and now increasingly even within India, they too, in this name of fusion, have completely lost the authenticity of Indian flavor.
See, the world is big enough for everybody. If you want to, do some weird twist on stuff, you live with your conscience, okay? I am not going to judge you. But the whole point is, I think that, especially in India, I'm noticing the great desire to every restaurant is some Peruvian, some twist, our twist on this, our twist on that. And what hurts me very strongly is this tapa-style Indian food. And I said this before, that my grandmother's dead will shake in her grave. Because where is our food without, okay, I'm from Bengal, so, without rice or without roti. The idea that you have tapa style, it is so alien to our concept, where even the poorest of person will give you everything they have in their house, but they will not let you go empty-handed. You go to an Indian wedding, I know, your hand up there in a Bengali wedding means nothing. They will put the luchi and the khosha mangsho on top of your hand. But this idea that you will, in abundance and generosity, this is what is in our DNA. And we have reduced it to this whole idea of 1-inch food. We are doing all this fusion food. I think it's lack of confidence. But some people may have heard, especially if those who are in England, I've always taken on this whole idea of racism. In Asia, Japanese and Korean food is seen as sophisticated and elevated. You go back to Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, there's a pot there with masala. They had cooked aubergine in it. We are an ancient civilization. For us, food was about medicine. We healed. We used spices to heal. We ate with the seasons. We celebrated festivals based on what was available then. We are the land of harvest festivals. But today, we are nothing. We have become, we're aping other cuisines. We're trying to be other things. And we have allowed, especially in the West, I own a restaurant. Mashallah, it's now going to be 10 years. So I've done an all-female restaurant in London. We've been very successful. I'm in the Michelin Guide, all of that. But because I've been unafraid, I've always challenged this whole idea that why should I try to absorb things from other cuisines? You honor and respect who I am. in my brown skin, in my accented name.
I think one of the things you said was, if you take my food, you've got to take the rest of me.
Yes, because the food, our food, you go now to any supermarket, you go everywhere. And, you know, there's always this talk that, you know, the national dish is, chicken butter masala, chicken tikka masala.
Have you ever eaten that? Chicken tikka masala,
Chicken
it's
tikka
called.
masala. I've had it. It's like, you know, tandoori chicken with tomato sauce. But it's, yeah, but it's like that. But it's true. But the whole point is, the easiest thing to take of our culture is our food. Appropriation of our food is a problem.
Yeah.
The fact that, you know, I will not name them, although I've named them in an article.
Okay.
And because I'm a lawyer, that's a great thing. I can take on everybody, and everyone says, are you sure you won't get sued? Sue me, I'll take you to court.
We are not lawyers, don't get us sued.
Yeah, no. I know that. But someone came up with a biryani wrap, which had no rice, and it was, you know, don't use our words. Don't take our food. Because if you do not accept us, and I will be political, and I hope you don't get into shit. The recent race riots and what has happened in parts of this country, the agenda of the Reform Party, this anti-Indian, anti-immigrant feeling, don't eat our food then. This is, it does, and I'm an Indian restaurant, and I always tell people, you have to come here with a respect for my ancestors, for the land I come from. I have been away 35 years, but my roots go across oceans to India. And I am nourished by all of that. So I don't want to be accepted. I've always said hospitality, which is, you know, my profession now, is an all-white male Mayfair club where women can turn up. I don't want to be in that club. I will be the heckler, because silence of women in hospitality has to do with their fear of losing privilege.
Yeah.
But I need to see myself in the mirror and not be ashamed. I'm Rajput. We come for a backbone that is really tough. We don't bend down to this kind of thing that you keep quiet, we will give you privilege. Because I need to give this one example. If anybody will Google, you'll see every time there have been proved allegations, and that, as a lawyer, it's important, because you can't just on speculation. But where an allegation has been proved of racism, of misogyny, of violence against women in kitchens, not a single female Michelin star chef has spoken up. Not a single powerful woman in hospitality. Those you see on television speak up. Yeah. How is it that they say nothing? And it's well known. I mean, Heston Blumenthal, Gordon Ramsay.
You've taken them all on.
Yeah, and Claude Bosi, who's a superstar, in a conference said, when someone said, what about Asma? He said, let her come to a real kitchen and cook. As if I'm playing, we have a word in Calcutta, it's called doodh bhat. Where you can't be den. If they catch you, you can't be den. You're the baby who's running around. The fact that he thought it was okay. I wrote a whole full-page article after that.
I saw that.
How is it that we are so disunited? That we have not been able to fight this system? It's really sad.
But you know what? Your incredible restaurant, your achievements speak for themselves. I want to ask you, towards the end, to talk about that time when King Charles, he was in your restaurant, and he was helping you pack, they were helping you pack biryani?
Yes.
Can you tell our audience that story?
So
I think we have the pictures coming up as well.
I met the king because I work with a lot of UN agencies on hunger and food, starvation. I work with refugees. So the king, that's the picture where the king had invited me together with some more humanitarian workers. I chose not to go to see the king, and I swapped my place with a refugee restaurateur. So he walked up and said, "You didn't want to meet me?" And I was like, no, because there was a separate reception, and then there was the Aam Janta.
Yeah.
I was in the Aam Janta.
Yeah.
But he asked to go to me. And I said, yes, I have a restaurant. He knew the whole story.
Yeah.
That it was my neighboring restaurant, but he was a refugee. And I wanted him to meet the king.
Yeah.
And I thought, I'll never meet the king, but it doesn't matter. But he's a refugee. He should meet the king. So he told me, I know about your restaurant, but I believe it's very hard to get in. So I just was walking past. I said, "You're the king of England. If you want to come to my restaurant, you can." And a few months later, there he said, "I want to come." And he was packing biryani for himself. But what I chose to do was to invite, instead of high-flying people and stars, I invited 3 refugee families. He was packing their biryani. And he was wonderful because I know that the security didn't want him to come into the kitchen. My kitchen is this narrow.
Yeah.
And he said, "Oh, I've heard Asma criticize men, male chefs so much. How bad am I going to look standing outside? I insist on going to the restaurant, inside the kitchen." Yeah. And he was wonderful. And and then the next day I went to Windsor and I stayed the night there. And that was.
And did they give you a good meal?
Well, that was a big thing. The king has a crazy sense of humor because I was really nervous because I knew the first thing he's going to ask me, how's the food? And I was opposite him. So I was practicing, what will I say? How will I do it? Yeah. He was very chilled out and, first of all, my husband who stays away from everything of my life, he was also invited to the palace. I forced him to go. I said, "You have to stay the night. The king has called you." So he went in, walked up to my husband and said, "You must be so proud of your wife and everything." Later on, Mushtaq said, "Why did you ask him to say this?" I said, "I didn't." The king came and told me, "Did I do well?" I said, "Oh my God." I mean, my husband saw through this whole thing. So he was so sweet. But he asked me, "Did you like the food?" And I read in the whole menu that the carrots and the potatoes were grown in the king's garden. So I said, "Let me praise that." I'm Indian, you know how to do these things. Huh? You do kind of maska mari of the right thing. So I told the king, I said, "Oh, the carrots and the potatoes very good." He said, "Call the chef, she hated the food." But that was like, I was so embarrassed. And then the chef came, he told me, "Don't worry, he does this to everybody." He always likes to embarrass when anyone who's a chef comes.
Asma, I don't know how many of you have been following. Apart from her food, you've got to follow her books. I have a last question for you, and then we've got to call someone brilliant on stage to award you. To all the women out there who have thought on a given day that they can't make it, what would you say?
The only person who can defeat you is yourself. That is so important. I hit every hurdle. I didn't get funding. Everyone told me, "Oh, as a female founder, an all-female kitchen, as an Indian restaurant, you will fail because women are not there in our commercial kitchen. Because they'll want to only, my roti should be free. If I want money for it, nobody wants to pay me." I wanted to prove, and I really wanted to prove it, that I could do it. And everybody who has a dream, don't put out that light that is inside you, that whispering voice that tells you this is your path. I followed mine, and I made it. And all of you will make it. Please never give up your dreams.
You're incredible.
Thank you. Thank you.
She is incredible. And now I want to call on stage to do the honors to present Asma Khan, our Global Changemaker Award, somebody who is our grand finale, and I know so many of you have been waiting for her. She is so talented and so comfortable in her own skin and so brilliant. Please put your hands together for the amazing Shafali Shah. Let's show her some love. Finally. May I please have the award for Asma on stage? Shefali, can I ask you to do the honors, please? And if you haven't eaten at Asma's restaurant, you need to go there right now. Okay. Asma, would you want to say anything to Shefali?
Whenever anyone has asked me to make a story on my life, I've always said, I want Shefali to play the role. Because because you get it. Every role you play, you're from the East and you're from the West. And I am more from the East than from the West, but I think you're fabulous and you're so inspiring. Thank you.
So much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Are you taking?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Come, Shefali. And now that, it's okay. It's okay. This is a finale worth waiting for. And Shefali, sorry, I know we've kept you waiting a bit. So can we please welcome her and tell her how excited we are to have you with us. But this is the thing. Asma wants you to play her, and so many other women would also look to you to tell the story of their lives, because you've been telling not just your own story, but the stories for so many of us. So thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you, and it's a complete honor to be here.
And it's an honor to have you with us. You are our finale. You are, you know, somebody that so many people have been saying, we're dying to hear her, and, you know, she's the person we've come here to watch and
You're
listen
just
to.
too kind.
No,
Just
I
too
really,
kind.
really mean it. It hasn't been easy for you. And you have spoken about how at moments your self-esteem would get shattered. You'd keep wondering whether there was something that was missing in you. And how till OTT and Delhi Crime happened and changed the game of life for you, you were sitting there wondering whether you were destined to play the mother of an actor who was actually older than you. I'm talking, of course, about Akshay Kumar, right? So how tough has it been to get here?
Honestly, Barkha, now when I'm asked and they, you know, like, how tough has it been? I look back, or probably I'm at that place where I can look back and I say, okay, it was a part of my job. You know, some get it easy, some don't, most don't. And whoever said that whatever you choose to do, which you love, is going to be easy.
Yeah.
And maybe because I love it so much, I feel it's all been worth it. But having said that, sadly, like in our society, in films too, you're unfortunately recognized by the relationships that you have. So when a producer or director would come up to me and say, you know, we would like you to be a part of the film, and I would be like, okay, what is the role? And they'd be XYZ's mother, or, you know, LMNOPQ's wife, or something.
LMNOPQ.
Yeah. And I would be like, no, that is the relationship she has.
Yeah.
What is
the character?
The character, who
Yeah.
is she?
Yeah.
And they didn't really have an answer to that. And I was like, okay. When I did Waqt, which is a burden I carried for a very long time.
And your husband was the director of the film?
Okay, to just make things clear, he told me, don't do it. Yeah, he had said, do not do this film.
Yeah.
But I was like, no, I'm an actor, I love this and all that stuff. Also, the point of being an actor, I thought, I mean, the point of being an actor is that you play parts that's not you inherently, right? And age is a part of it. I mean, I would be a sofa for all I care if I could, you know, fit a part or love it so much. But, so that is exactly what, it was really very simple. I said, I'm an actor. I have to play something that I'm not. Great. And I loved the play that I had seen. I wanted to work with two of my favorite men, Mr. Bachchan and Vipul. And it was really as simple as that. I did not realize the repercussions this would have, and the long-term repercussions.
And what were the repercussions?
Nothing. I kept getting more and more XYZ mother,
mommy roles.
mommy roles. Mommy to people who are older than me. Finally,
but it didn't strike you as like Ajib that Akshay Kumar was like older than you and you were playing his mother?
But it was my choice. I did it because it was my choice.
And do you regret that choice?
There's no point thinking about it. Shefali thought it was right at that age.
Sure.
She did it.
But then you got put into this box.
Yeah. Then I got put into the box. Also, you know, now you're seeing those parts for women who belong to every age group.
Yeah.
Earlier, heroines were between 16 to 20. That was the shelf life.
Yeah.
After that, they didn't know what to do with women. You know, so they had to put them in these relationships around the central character, which was obviously a male. So that was kind of, I didn't have an option but to accept it.
Because the alternative would be no work.
Would be no work. And I was like, acha, haan, theek hai, ho gaya. Also, I move on pretty fast. In terms of, acha, haan, ye ho gaya. Also, I feel ki, kitna ek pakad ke roge yaar. Zindagi bhar thodi na, you'll keep cribbing about one thing that happened. And that's exactly how I moved on. I chose the parts I wanted to do. That's why there was very little work. Because every part that comes to you isn't something that's going to be like, oh my God, I have to do this.
Yeah.
I went into a real low because I was like, you know, the first thought was, obviously I'm not that good enough. And that's why I'm not getting these parts. But I also realized that there weren't stories being told about women who were our age. You just had to be young, pretty, slim, and probably be able to deal with the cold and dance in a chiffon sari, which I was pretty ill-equipped to doing. So there was that long patch where I had nothing.
And when you say you were low, like how bad was it?
Very bad. I mean, imagine very...
How would it play out for you in your life?
So it's, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to have a physical representation.
No, I understand. That's why I'm asking.
It's just about...
How you see yourself?
How you see yourself. And I was like, okay, that's it. I probably picked the wrong field, and how am I even worth... What do I do? How is it even worth anything?
I was hearing one of your podcasts, and you said, in a very casual, throwaway way, and I wished so much for you that you didn't have to think or feel that. I'm not conventionally pretty. And then you went on to say something. And that is, no woman
should ever
feel that.
Or should even have a question like that.
Exactly.
Okay, fine, I'm not pretty,
exactly,
so what?
Right? And we think you're brilliant and we love you, but it makes me sad that you went through that.
You know, maybe if I wouldn't know when I woke up to just being easy and saying, yeah, okay, I'm not conventionally beautiful, so what can I do? I mean, this is it.
Somebody wants to say something. Who did I hear saying something? Go to the mic, go to the mic, go to the mic. There's a mic there. My dear, go to the mic. Oh, our mics
You are stunning, and I've done a lot of hard work in getting ready today. Trust me.
So for anyone who didn't hear what she said, she got up and she said, I think you're stunning to Shefali, and I second that. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. You know, I remember, sorry, I'm cutting you, but I remember when I was in this whole no work situation, and I remember I was sitting and having dinner with my boys. They're 23 and 24 now. And I was like, and they said, Mom, you could work every single day of your life if you chose to.
Yeah.
You would make money. You would be a popular person in your own space. Hey, those are my children.
Yeah, they are.
And, but you're the one who says no. And that's what got me thinking. And I said, yeah, because the kind of work I want to do won't come every day. So either I pick up whatever, or I wait, and I wait. And the waiting has been long. In fact, my career has been more about waiting than actually working. It's abhi aayega, kind of a thing. So yeah, but I think OTT kind of really changed the game. Really changed the game.
How do you feel about yourself today?
Right now, I'm feeling very loved.
That's good. That's what we want you to feel.
I'm feeling very loved right now.
That's how we want you to feel. But what did you learn from that journey that you went through of low self-esteem, of waiting, of thinking, evaluating your looks, your sense of self-worth? Now that you're on the other side of that journey, what would you want young women to know? And also, you're a mother to 2 boys. Yeah. What would you want them to know in how they treat and interact with women?
I would be lying if I said that I'm completely on the other side.
You still have bad days?
More than bad days, I have self-doubt all the time.
Like what?
Like when I walk into a room, I'm like, oh my God, people are judging me.
For what?
Or I don't know. Or I'm just not good enough. Or I've said this, I shouldn't have said this. There are these small things. And they may have absolutely no logic. But, well, at least I can own up to them.
Yeah, and talk about them.
Okay, this is who I am. This is what I am. And maybe that's the vulnerability that helps me do what I do.
Sure.
So a lot of time, not most of the times, I'm referred to as a very strong woman, and I'm so grateful for that. But I think our strength is our vulnerability.
100%, and to be able to talk about it is strong.
Yeah, and if I didn't feel so strongly, why would I want to do anything about it? The fact is because I feel so deeply. And that's why I do what I do. I completely forgot the question you asked me.
I was asking you about being a mom to 2 boys.
Oh my God, it's really difficult. Trust me, it's difficult. Trust me, it's very difficult.
But you're a mom to 2 boys who also loves your work. And I've heard you say, listen, this is my workspace. I love it. I'll be there for you in a crisis. But if you have to arrange your own khana, wash your own clothes, and I'm not there, so be it.
So it's taken me pretty long to get here.
You went through the guilty mom syndrome?
I didn't go through the guilty mom. Then? I was all out there, laying myself on the floor. No, how can I not be there?
Yeah.
But today I went through that guilty mom syndrome.
Why?
Okay? I saw something for my older one, and I was like, oh my God, this is so appropriate for him. And I was like, what is appropriate for the younger one? Because now I need to buy 2. I can't take 1, And that has nothing to do with him. It's completely to do with me. But
But the journey of being an unapologetic careerist, loving your work.
You know, when I had the boys, I was very clear, I will have my babies and I will sit at home and I will raise them. I was very happy washing
And why did you want to do that?
Because I wanted to have babies. That is
No,
what
I didn't say why did you want to have babies.
No,
Why did
I
you
know.
want to stop
No, I know. What I'm saying
Yeah.
is that I wanted it so badly. I wanted to be a part of everything that happened. And I do not regret it one bit. I would not change that, ever, ever. Yeah, it did take a little to get out. And, you know, Vipul was the one who, in fact, said that, please.
And was he a hands-on dad?
More than being a hands-on dad, he was just like, tum karo na. If they don't eat one meal, they're not going to die. I'm sorry to put it as bluntly as that, but I remember a very, very senior pediatrician had told me this. Nahi kha raha hai, nahi khane do. No child has died of, you know,
missing one meal.
Or chosen self-starvation, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but I was very there, I mean, completely there. And I would not change it. I would not. And I do not feel for a minute any kind of regret that, arey yaar, I should have made the best of my career.
And that was then. And now that you're so immersed in your work, how do you, is there pressure at home sometimes, Mom, you're not home enough?
No. They're too old now for that. Yeah. But so no. I mean, I think they'd be more than happy if I'm not at home. And be like, thank God she's not breathing down her neck. But I remember when I did Delhi Crime 1, and I was at the Sundance Film Festival, the first international film festival that I would have ever gone to. And, you know, the first 2 episodes were going to screen, and it was just surreal for me. I still get goosebumps when I say this. And I'm sitting in the auditorium, and it's starting to go dark. And my son is incessantly calling me, like calling me and calling me every time I cut him. Finally, I picked up and said, what happened? Who died? And he was like, I want OTP. Are you serious, dude? So
this OTP story, it is
at a point of time, my name was saved as OTP in their phone. Or then my younger one changed it to, where are you? One was OTP, one was, where are you?
They have a good sense of humor.
Oh, they do. They do.
But you know, you obviously love your husband and your kids, but you're not necessarily a blind fan of the institution of marriage. I've heard you talk enough about, and I've followed you enough to know that you always make the point that everybody does, that it's hard work. And I think one point you said, listen, if you need love, just keep dogs.
Even if you don't need love, keep dogs.
That's
love
true.
will just walk into your room. Trust me when I say this.
Why are you a marriage skeptic?
I'm not a marriage skeptic. I'm just saying that it's a lot of hard work. Like, for example, whoever thinks acting is a very easy job, it's not. It's not about looking pretty. It's not about the money that comes into your bank account. It's a lot of hard work. To be able to bear yourself naked every single day in front of people, it's not easy, emotionally. Physically, sure, I'm sure it's not easy either. But, you know, so if you're not convinced about it completely, don't take up anything if you're not convinced about it, because nothing's going to come on a platter. And when you're, like I said earlier, you know, I can go through what I do and I don't find a reason to complain about it because I love what I do. And the same goes for any kind of relationship or anything. Agar karna hai to dhang se karo, nahi to mat karo. Because it is a lot of hard work.
And
it's not just going to...
What's the toughest thing about marriage?
I think somewhere to start accepting that it's not just hearts in your eyes. It's way more than that. And that is what is going to last you the longest.
Yeah.
You know? And initially you think, oh my God, you know, he's not probably talking to me or he's not bringing me flowers or whatever that is. Now if somebody tells me that, I'll be like, please wake up. Like, have a coffee, chill, breathe, sit down.
You were married before, and that didn't go so swimmingly for you. And you have laughed about the fact that your mistakes have involved some psycho boyfriends.
Yes.
Psycho boyfriends? Is that the nicest?
I think you should get my shrink on this chair.
On the couch. Couch is for that only.
Get him here. He'll be able to tell you everything about it.
But was that just rites of passage, or do you think it was related to low self-esteem?
No, I think it was because I had a very, very protected childhood. Very protected, to a point where my mom was my best friend, but to just be the only best friend you have isn't the greatest thing for any child.
Sure.
And now when I look back, once I became a parent, I realized they were doing the best they could. So, they were obviously very protective. I was the only child. They were both working parents, etc. I did not have friends. To put it brutally, I wasn't allowed to have friends.
Really?
Yeah.
Because?
Because it was like, you'll have friends, then you'll want to go down and play, but we are going to work. There's no one to look after you. What if something goes wrong? So that's what I'm saying. Today, when I look back, I can understand where it came from. And more than that, they did the best they could. But I think that is what kind of I snapped. I snapped like a rubber band, and I just thought that I like to believe that people are good. It's more like proven, innocent until proven guilty kind of a thing, not the other way around. So I'm not a skeptic as far as people are concerned.
But these relationships that didn't go well for you.
Thank God.
Thank God they were over, yes. But were they like diminishing of your, were they disrespectful? Did they make you feel even worse about yourselves when you say psycho boyfriends? Is it a joke, or were these really severely problematic relationships?
Honestly, now when I look back, I realize that they weren't even such solid relationships.
Yeah.
It's just in my head, every relationship would have a happily ever after kind of an end, which most of us, live with that whole thing of that is what is going to happen. But that may not be the case, and you are naive to kind of live in a delusional world. The world isn't. They're far more realistic. Also, I was so young and vulnerable and inexperienced, thank God, that I really didn't know I did not have a voice enough then. So, I should have had the brains to say, 1 minute, this is totally off, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
But I never got there because I was so give yourself, bear with it, ho jayega, theek ho jayega. That whole kind of belief that a lot of women live
are
with.
conditioned to feel.
Are conditioned to be in. So it was about that. If I was, let's say, more stronger, se zyada more self-assured, or at least if you can't treat me well, don't treat me badly. Agar ye bhi khayal hota na dimag mein, so then I would not have been going through this nonsense. It was so ridiculous. It was not even worth it.
This experience that you've had and this journey that you say you're not fully on the other side, but you go through, how has this influenced your parenting? What sort of boys do you want, what sort of men do you want your boys to grow into?
So when I did Delhi Crime, and I'm sure I must have said it to you too, and which I believe in, that our daughters will be safe if our sons are raised right.
Yeah.
And thank you. And it's a continuous process of correcting, discussing, arguing, listening, understanding their point of view, and probably still be ready to fail and say, oh my God, they just don't get me.
Yeah.
And it's fine. They will get it at some point of time. But I like to believe that they're based with basic values, which probably are, which has been put like a medal of chivalry or kindness or whatever, feminism. These aren't medals. These are basic values, just basic. And, kids have a very limited capacity of listening, very limited. They lose interest. So I figured there's no point giving them gyan because they've switched off after the first sentence. Abhi kuch nahi samajh mein aa raha hai. So I said, let's find a simple way of doing this. So I just told them, you treat others the way you expect to be treated yourself, whether it's a man or a woman. That's it. And that's not that difficult to evaluate, right? Like if you're standing in the situation, you say, oh my God, I would hate it if somebody did this to me. You kind of stop right there.
Yeah, and
So
that's basic and simple and lucid. Yeah.
That's basic. Today I was thinking of how certain things are considered privilege, which are basic necessities.
Like?
Like respect, like kindness, like being treated at par or even above. Why not? Like if they did something and I don't shy away from appreciating, or I don't shy away from apologizing if I'm wrong. So if I don't see what is the problem with others. If I expected the same thing, I think it would be very difficult for a lot of people to fall, to accept it. It takes like, how do I explain it? It's taken me certain years to be in a position where I can say, this is what I will accept and this is what I won't. And I'm talking about work, simple work. Wahan to you don't owe anybody anything. You just go do your work, go back home.
Yeah.
It's really as simple as that. But even there, if you are a male actor, it's kind of like, theek hai. Like recently I was on a set. And it's a pretty chaotic set. So there was a costume mishap, and I was in a very, very vulnerable and embarrassing position. And I flipped my lid. I really flipped my lid. I don't scream and shout and whatever. And I really flipped my lid. And after all of it got over, I went back thinking, "Arey yaar, maine zara dhang se behave kar lena chahiye." And it was like, it could have been really embarrassing. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like, why do I have to, and forget others, I'll end up justifying to myself. You know, I don't feel it's, matlab, I should have let it go, or theek hai na, or if I ask for basics, it's like, no, am I being difficult? Stuff like that.
Yeah. So I want to ask you towards the end, Shefali, what is that one dream of yours that remains professionally unfulfilled?
A lot.
Like?
I want to play all possible roles in the world. I mean, that's what I do. That's what I love. I love what I do.
And that's so lovely, right?
Yeah, I never have to go to work.
Because you're just enjoying
I
yourself.
just enjoy it so much.
And what has been the toughest part of getting here? To this point where you can say, I just love this, it isn't even like work.
Again, like I said, Barkha, I mean, if I have to go early in the morning or go further away to Dahisar to shoot, how is it even difficult?
Yeah.
That's what I woke up for. Like recently I heard someone say, "Arey, it's too far away, I can't go." I was like, dude, I don't remember ever telling my producer or director, don't keep in Dahisar, I can't come.
Correct.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So I don't find that a tough one.
Because you love what you do, because it's about passion.
Because I love what I do. I think what I found tough was waiting for the stuff where I could do it again and again and again.
Well, may you never have to wait, because we don't want to wait too long to keep seeing you on screen. Just before we have a surprise at the end. I know everybody's been waiting for Shefali and has been such a wonderful audience. We have one little surprise that I want you to wait for. So if we can find Supernika and get her on.
Oh, wow.
But
I met her. She's so lovely.
But we have a song for you in the audience. It's just for you in the audience. But before I call her on, something that today's Shefali would say to the 20-year-old Shefali.
This too shall pass.
And that is something you could say to everybody here. I want to welcome Supernika back on stage. Supernika, can we have you back, Supernika? And while Supernika comes, I don't know where Supernika is. Well, oh, she's there. Okay. These are our two, this is the young girl who opened our festival, and this is the amazing woman who closed it. And these are two generations of brilliant global change makers. If I could have both of their awards on stage, but there is still a surprise coming. Because I promised you in the beginning that by the end of this show, we would be, come on, we would be dancing in the aisles. And in many ways, for me, this cross-generational moment is what this festival is all about. Our two global change makers, the very young, I'm going to ask Shefali to present that to Supernika. And from all of us to the wondrous Shafali Shah.
Thank you so much.
And we're not done, because Supernika isn't going to let us go without you actually dancing in the aisles for all of our dancing queens.
Oh.
So please take a seat or dance. I can take this. You can sit there. Supernika, the stage is all yours. And you want to say something before you sing? Oh.
to rock music. Everything is fine. You're in the mood for dance. And when you get the chance, you are the dancing queen, young and sweet, only 17. Everybody sing along. Dancing queen, feel the beat from the tambourine. Oh yeah, you can dance, having the time of your life. Ooh, see that girl, watch that scene, digging the dancing queen. So it's easy, you turn 'em on, leave 'em burning and then you're gone. Looking out for another, anyone with you, you're in the mood for dance. And when you get the chance, you are the dancing queen, young and sweet, only 17. Dancing queen, feel the beat from the tambourine. Oh yeah, you can dance, having the time of your life. Ooh, see that girl, watch that scene, digging the dancing queen. Digging the dancing queen. Thank you.
Being a wonderful audience. See you next year. Thank you.